fireworks out there. He's got fireworks out there. That's right. That's the one thing we're going to miss this year. We're going to have to do all that stuff. How can you still in order to get you got time. What's Gary? Hello. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 Tarrant County Commissioner Court meeting. We are halfway through 2025. Kind of hard to believe. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 30.
Present.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constance Quinn.
All right, today's invocation will be led by Pastor Dave Young from Light of the World Church in Fort Worth. Please rise for the invocation and our pledges of allegiance.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, as this country prepares to celebrate our Independence Day this Friday, we thank you for all the many freedoms that we enjoy. We know this is a great country, and we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to participate in government ourselves. We thank you for all the people that are here today, and we ask that you would use this meeting to better your people. We know, Lord, that while we enjoy many great freedoms, the best freedom of all that we have is the freedom that comes from your Son giving his life for us, setting us free from the curse of sin, death, and the devil.
Thank you.
You also urge us, Lord, to pray for those who are leaders, those who are serving us in government. And so today we especially want to lift up our Commissioners Court to you. We ask that you would give them listening ears so that they hear well the concerns of your people, and that they would be given wisdom and discernment in all the decisions that they must make. We ask also, Lord, for your protection and care for all those who serve in our military and for our first responders, especially when we hear of firemen who were lured out in Idaho and were murdered. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over all that serve as first responders. And we pray for comfort and peace for those families that have lost loved ones. We ask all these things as we pray in the precious name of our Savior Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. So last Christmas, we had a very special guest that had worked very hard to prepare something special for us. And I, boneheadedly, completely forgot to call him up before the meeting was over, so we rushed back in here and did it, but the meeting had already ended. I am not going to make that mistake this time, and we will have him do it again for Christmas. But Joseph, where are you?
There you
All right, we've got a special one for July 4th week. So sit back and enjoy some of the finest fiddle playing you'll ever see. Take it away. Don't elbow anybody while you're doing it.
place during the month of August. So while the month of August is happening, we will be meeting at an alternate location downtown. And we'll be publishing that location at a later date.
Okay.
Well, we're still working through, it's either going to be the Charles Murray Courtroom, the Tarrant County Family Civil Law Conference Room, or maybe the Grand Jury Room. We're working through security and a couple of other things just to make sure we have the appropriate venue.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, now it's time for Commissioners Court announcements. I want to start today with a couple of sad notes.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Yeah.
My apologies. In line with the AV renovation, our system is just locked up in the back. My apologies. We're going to need to take a 2-minute break so they can reboot it really quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's a good time.
I guess that was a good purchase.
Yeah, that's
Maybe not fast enough.
So we're meeting on the 15th.
Hey, Helen.
We're good, Judge. We're good.
All right. Back live, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wanted to start today's announcements with a couple of things. Just want to share our condolences for the loss of Rosalind Williams. Roz dedicated 28 years of exceptional service to the Tarrant County Housing Assistance Office. She passed away suddenly last week, unexpectedly on June 22nd. She served in a variety of roles throughout her tenure, including housing counselor, leasing coordinators, and assistance director. Her colleagues will certainly miss her, her family will miss her, and we pray for comfort for her friends and family. So a sad note there. Rest in peace, Roz. Also, many of you in this room know Deputy Todd Tipton. You may remember Deputy Tipton was shot in the line of duty, I believe, 3 times last year. He had lost his mother, I think, approximately a year ago. He went through that, and then his brother suddenly passed away. His younger brother suddenly passed away last week also. This is... he ran Tipton Insurance Agency with his father, which is located over there on Industrial in Euless, and so that was a sudden loss also. So Deputy Tipton has had a rough go here the last couple of years. So please remember Todd, his father Ron, and their family in your prayers also. Other announcements from our court members.
Yes, Judge. I'd like to announce and invite everyone who is here today and those who are viewing online to our 10th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Education Seminar. It's going to be held August the 23rd at Tarrant County College, Trinity River Campus from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. All are welcome, and just on a personal note, my father transitioned from this life to the next as a result of Alzheimer's disease. Commissioner Brooks, the former commissioner, his mother transitioned as a result of Alzheimer's. Anybody who's ever had a relative or friend who's had to caregive for those loved ones who have Alzheimer's know that it is a devastating disease, and it takes a great toll on the family members as well as the person who's walking that walk. I want to encourage you to share this information with as many people you know, because it may not be happening to you, but it may be happening to somebody that you know. And we have a host of resources, valuable information, cutting-edge updates about technology and advancements in Alzheimer's and dementia care. It's real and it's important. And I want to make sure that everybody has what they need to be able to walk with their family member or their loved one in a dignified way, to make sure that they take care of themselves as well as taking care of their loved ones. Because you're no good to your loved one if you are burnt out and don't have anything left to give. There are flyers available for those who want to attend. My executive administrator, Mr. Jamal Williams, has those for anybody who wants to participate. There are also some out in the foyer. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You know what? My brother is only 69 years old and dealing with it right now. It's literally like the worst thing I think I've ever seen in terms of a health condition. So thank you for doing it.
Absolutely.
Yes. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome, I have a new precinct administrator. I lost one, so I've gained a new one. He is Albert Roberts. Here's a little bit about him. He starts off with he's married to his wife, Dr. Kiona Roberts. They have 2 children, Albert the third, he's 12, and Carrington, she's 8. Albert's from Fort Worth, went to Dunbar High School, has his bachelor's in electrical engineering from Prairie View A&M, and he has his Juris Doctorate from Thurgood Marshall School of Law at Texas Southern. And in 2017, Albert left this Tarrant County District Attorney's Office and started his own private practice, where he practices criminal defense. And in addition to his years of prosecuting experience and awards in North Texas, Albert has served in professional legal organizations in multiple capacities, including president of the L. Clifford Davis Legal Association, Tarrant County Black Bar, and Albert is currently a member of the L. Clifford Davis Legal Association, Tarrant County Bar, Tarrant County Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, and the National Bar Association. He coaches all of his sons' teams, and he is a member of Community Frontline Fort Worth Chapter Jack and Jill, and a lifetime member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. So welcome to our staff and to the back to the county. Glad to have you here.
Commissioner Simmons, I'd just like to say you got a rock star when you got Albert.
Yeah.
So that's a great hire. Kudos to you.
Thank you. I lost a rock star, I gained a rock star.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got big shoes to fill because he was awesome. Outgoing. Gerald was fantastic.
Yeah.
So, but Albert, welcome aboard. I know you're going to do great things. I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments that Judge O'Hara talked about in terms of the Tiptons. I'd known Ty for many years, and you wouldn't have met a more humble, generous, loving, passionate guy. And so I loved all my interactions with Ty. He loved this country. He loved this state. He loved his family. Everything that's good about what we see in Texans was embodied in Ty. And so I want to extend my condolences to Ron and Todd during this difficult time. I know Ty's in a much better place. He's free from any pain or sickness or illness that he may have had before going home. And so we're grateful that he's with the Savior. But I know that it's still difficult down here. And so I want to express my condolences and also wish a happy early 249th birthday to America as we celebrate Independence Day this week. We've had a long run, and our country is, I would not want to be in any other country in this world than America. I wouldn't want to be in any other state than Texas in this great country, and no county other than Tarrant County in this great state, in this great country. And so I think we don't want to take it for granted, the freedoms and liberties that we have here in America. And so hopefully you'll join our family and many others as we celebrate heartily this July 4th, knowing that our forefathers blood, sweat, and tears gave us these freedoms and liberties, and we need to pass them on to the next generation. So happy early birthday to America.
Yeah, is Ty Todd's only brother?
Yes.
Okay. I met him when I went to visit Todd in the hospital. And I walked in the room, and he just embraced me and said, Commissioner Simmons, come here. I have some stuff to talk to you about. He was delightful. He made sure his father knew who I was. I spent so much time talking to Ty and the dad, and Todd got shot on the day that his mother, the date that his mother passed, and so it was an emotional day. And the dad told me that whole story, and it just Ty was. He was just warm.
He was.
And so I said, I got to go talk to your brother. Can't stay here talking to you. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
My condolences
That's him.
to the
Yep,
family.
that's right. That's Ty.
Got anything? Okay.
Judge.
All right, that's it for,
I'm sorry. One late request, if we could remove K3 from consent, also K3.
it goes into regular or it's off altogether?
It goes into individual consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, now it's time for employee recognition. So we obviously have a lot of resolutions here. We always want to make sure we honor our employees who have given so much of themselves to make Tarrant County a better place to live. For those who are present, it's by group of 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20, and then we individually recognize those 25 and above. So if I call your name, please stand. We'll do the 5 years first. My gosh, either my eyes are getting worse or y'all are making this smaller. What are y'all doing? Seriously, type something that small.
Oh, wait, he's right. No.
All right, 5-year, Eric Abrams Jr., Josiah Bryan, Carolina Casillas, Edward Cotton Jr., Eric Davis II, J. Patrick Gallagher, Judge Gallagher, hey Judge, Vanessa Gandara, Kashif Hussein, Zylena Jefferson, Glorimar Lugo Ortiz, Bianca Ortiz, Alicia Roberson, Jason Rosenquist, hi Jason, Bryant Thomas, Mai Tran, Adrian Vasquez, Cecilia Webb, and Brianna Williams. Thank you all very much for 5 years. We appreciate you. All right, now we go to our 10-year employees. Erica Fitchett. Hi, Erica. Roberto Gonzalez III. Hi, Roberto. Kristen Hammonds. Jennifer Jennison. Denise Montalvo. Brittany Nolan. Joni, is it Oliphant? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah? Are you related to Timothy? No, different spelling? Zane Reed. Rosa Rojas Leca. Hi. Let's give all of them a round of applause. Thank you for 7 years. We appreciate you. All right, now we go to our 15-year employees. James Birdwell, Jordan Mason, Bradley Phelps, Timothy Robeson, and Sheila Young. There's always one group. Let's give them a round of applause for 15 years. All right, now we go to our 20-year employees. Pascual Acevedo, Moses Garza, Helen Geese. Hey, Helen. Marlene Martinez, Calvin Palmer, Teresa Smith, Terrence Taylor, and Samantha Vargas. 2 decades with Tarrant County. Thank you all very much. Many of the employees here watch Commissioners Court meetings from their computers. So for those of you that are doing that, thank you for your service, even though you're not here with us today. All right, now we go to the 25-year folks. Is Jana Messina here? Hello there, how are you? So she's been with us 25 years. She's a detention officer, born in Taft, Texas, went to Eagleside High School. She has 5 boys. Yeah. Wow. I learned at 4. So, in fact, no one knows about her. She likes to write poetry. She likes to shop. And she's been a detention officer in both housing and inmate services. Her most memorable moment is just the time she spent in inmate services and watching people whose lives were turned around, which is great. What she likes the most, the people she works with, they have become her family. Jana, thank you so much for your 25 years of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate it very much. All right, I don't have any form on him, but Christopher Cochran, are you here? Okay, well, he has served in the Sheriff's Office also for 25 years. So, Mr. Cochran, if you're watching, thank you. We appreciate 2.5 decades of service to the great people of Tarrant County. Let's give him a round of applause. Ava Sherwin. Is Ava here? Okay, we didn't get a form from Ava, but also 25 years with CSCD. Thank you, Ava. We greatly appreciate you and your 25 years. Okay, Shelly Brazel. Are you here, Shelly? Hi there. How are you? 25 years. She is a court intake officer in juvenile services, born in Big Spring. Went to Big Spring High School, college, Angelo State University. She's a Ram. Fact no one knows about her. If she said it, then everyone would know. I like it. What she likes to do for fun, she likes to watch sports and movies. She likes to go to concerts, enjoys spending time with family and friends. What's the last concert you went to?
Oh, gosh. I can't.
Well, you must not love it that much.
Or she loves it so much, there's so many of them. She just
Other job titles she's had with the county: detention intake officer in juvenile services. Too many memorable moments to list. And what she likes the most about the job is the people she works with. Most of the time. Yeah. So thank you very much, Shelly, for your 25 years of service. We appreciate it. All right, next we have Mark Sullivan. There you are, Mark. I didn't see you earlier. Mark brought his fan club. Good. 25 years of service. He's the court administrator in probate court number 1. And born in Motor City, Detroit, Michigan. Went to high school Birmingham Groves in Southfield, Michigan. And then and Mark is a lawyer. He went to the University of Michigan undergrad and Baylor University School of Law. No kids, just Labrador retrievers. How many of those? 2. That's plenty, isn't it? In fact, no one knows about him. He has whitewater rafted as far north as the Nenana River in Alaska and as far south as the Urubamba River in Peru. That's pretty cool. What he likes to do for fun: play golf, travel, read, attend movies and concerts. I'm not going to ask. And play with, or do you remember what he wants to say? I can tell.
Springsteen.
Okay, there we go. And when did he last come around?
Last year.
Was that last year? Okay. And he likes to play with his dogs. Other job titles he's had with the county: none, but not for want of trying. And the most memorable moment: being sued multiple times by one of the wards, along with Judge King, Jerry Jones, Kim Jong-un, and scores of other individuals and entities in a variety of state and federal courts. Interesting company. And what he likes the most: taking the 17 years of lessons in law and professionalism learned from Judge Steve King and sharing them to make the operation of his court predictable, reliable, and less of a burden for the citizens of Tarrant County coming before them. Mark, thank you very much for your 25 years. We greatly appreciate you. All right, next we have Diane Duran. Is Diane here? Hi, Diane. 25 years with us. She's a legal secretary in the DA Protective Order Unit. Born in Fort Worth. I went to Diamond Hill Jarvis. Went to Tarrant County Junior College. Her and her husband have 7 children, 19 grandkids, and 7 great-grandkids. You don't look old enough to have that many great-grandkids, or even great-grandkids at all. She likes to go to yard sales, thrifting. She also likes to make blankets for all the new babies in our family. That's a full-time job. And it's a tradition her mother started years ago. Very cool. Other job titles she's had with the county: records clerk, district clerk, basement of the old courthouse that has since been demolished, and associate and administrative clerk in the district clerk's office. Most memorable moment was the day her supervisor, Cruz Hernandez from the records department, called to tell her she was hired to work for Tarrant County. And this is just a theme that's repeated over and over, which I think is a testament to many people that came before those of us sitting up here. What she likes the most, her co-workers, she considers them family. So thank you, Diane, for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, is Larry Christian with us? How are you, sir? We didn't get a form for you, but 25 years, you're in Precinct 4. Anything you'd like to chime in?
Yeah, I'll say this. So Larry retired a couple months back, and he walks into the office this morning very, very tan. And I said, why were you never that tan when you were working hard for the Citizens of Tarrant County? Now, he's got that retirement tan. Larry was an incredible leader, our Assistant Field Ops Director out there in Precinct 4. One of the best in the business when it comes to maintaining, building our roads. And as he reminds everybody out in the shop, and I remind our folks that are out there doing that good work, quite literally, we're paving the roads that our families use to get to the doctor, to get to school. Your job is important, and we appreciate what you've done for 25 years, Larry. Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Rojas. This is we're skipping over 30 years. This is 35 years. That's incredible. So he is an error resolution deputy in the sheriff's office, obviously. This is kind of cool. Born in Caracas, Venezuela. When did you move to America?
78.
I'm not going to ask you when you were born. So high school, Claude High School in Claude, Texas. Graduated in 1979. Tarrant County, this is cool. Tarrant County College, Associate of Arts, 2024. Very cool. Yeah.
Wow.
2 children, and what he likes to do for fun is just be with family. Other job titles he's had with the county: jailer, ID officer in jail booking, warrant profiler in warrants. And what he likes to do the most is travel and experience new places. 35 years and still learning, going to college. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Paul, for your 35 years of service to Tarrant County. And Paul Seitz. How are you, Paul? Also 35 years. And he is in support services procurement, born in Dallas. Also went to Fort Worth Dunbar High School. How many state basketball titles did they win when you were there? Yeah. Went to college at Texas Southern. Has 2 daughters and 2 wonderful grandsons. Loves to help others. What he likes to do for fun: drag race, hopefully not illegal street drag racing, football and basketball, and other job titles he has had with the county detention officer. And his most memorable moment was retiring in 2014 after 27 years of service, and returning in 2016 to continue serving the community he lives in. And what he likes the most is working with his coworkers. Paul, thank you so much for 35 years of service with Tarrant County Sheriff's Office and our county. We appreciate you very much. Okay, and last but not least, she is not here. She is on vacation. Lisa Silsky, with Human Services, 40 years of service to Tarrant County, 4 decades. Literally started working for Tarrant County before Commissioner Ramirez was born, to put that in perspective. Isn't that wow. So, Lisa, I hope you're not watching this while on vacation, but if you ever go back and watch it, let's give her a big, big round of applause for 40 years. All right, I will make a motion to receive and file the
Second.
employee recognition. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 5-0. And as usual, we have a reception for all of our employees who were recognized today on the 4th floor. So you're welcome to stay, of course, as always. But if you'd like to leave now, you're welcome to do so and go down there and enjoy the refreshments and hey, stay out a while. Enjoy yourself. You've earned it. Yeah. We'll take a minute or so while they leave before we resume the meeting. Okay. All right, next proclamation is a proclamation for Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. And Brenda Shuttlesworth is here. She's the executive director from the Alzheimer's Association North Central Texas chapter. Allow me to read this proclamation. The month of June is acknowledged as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, raising awareness about Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. Alzheimer's disease leads to nerve cell death and tissue loss in the brain, which slowly destroys memory and thinking skills, eventually limiting the ability to carry out daily tasks. Alzheimer's is the most common type of dementia and the 5th leading cause of death in Tarrant County, resulting in 664 deaths in 2023. Simple daily actions such as prioritizing sleep, healthy eating, and regular exercise can make a positive difference in brain health and lower the risk of cognitive decline. Staying mentally and socially active by learning a new skill, adopting a new hobby, or seeking more education is key to brain health. We stand united in our commitment to reduce the negative impact of Alzheimer's and other dementias in Tarrant County and thank the numerous nonprofits, medical providers, and caregivers who assist those who face cognitive decline. Therefore, be it resolved, we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim June 2025 as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month in Tarrant County. I'll move approval.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Let me present this to you.
Judge O'Hare, thank you so much for this opportunity. And commissioners, thank you. Really appreciate Commissioner Miles, the partnership that we have with you and formerly with Commissioner Brooks. We look forward to being with you on the 23rd of August. We are striving for a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. I chose to engage with this organization for personal reasons. My father passed away with frontotemporal dementia, my mother with late-stage Parkinson's disease, and we will find a cure together, but we're all going to have to join together. We appreciate the support of Tarrant County. 3 things are going to help us find a cure for this disease. One is research, and much research happens right here in Tarrant County. The second thing is risk reduction and early detection. What we can do daily to decrease the chances of having this disease by simple things like diet and exercise can decrease the risk by 40 to 60%. And then the third thing is care and support. And the Alzheimer's Association is with you 24/7 through our online website and also through our helpline. So thank you again for declaring June 2025 Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. We appreciate it greatly.
Thank you. I have a question for you, and I'm just curious. You know, people that are around our age, we did not see this nearly as much as we see it today. It seems to be all over. Do we know what's causing it? Are there theories that we believe it's this or that? Do we know why it seems to be so prevalent today?
I think part of it is that research has come a long way. Research is at lightning speed right now. This is the right time to be researching Alzheimer's and brain health. I think about the scientists that spent their whole careers and never had a breakthrough, and now we are getting at the underlying biology. Scientists found ways to treat symptoms, but now that they can see what is happening in the brain, but the brain is tricky, and every time we learn something about the brain, we find something else that we did not even know existed. So I think part of it is just that research is more sophisticated, communication is more sophisticated, and we talk about it more. And that is something, when you think about risk reduction and early detection, it was something that was secret in my family even 15 years ago. And the more we are willing to say, you know what, something is wrong with my brother or something is wrong with my dad, and getting to the doctor and in partnership finding out what is wrong, that is the way we get to a diagnosis earlier, which right now the early diagnosis is the only road to effective treatment that treat the biology.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the work you do. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have a proclamation for Elder Abuse Awareness Month. With us today are Sherry Bullock, Amanda Sutherland, and Nisa Muhammad with Adult Protective Services, Lynn Scott, Lindsay Stanley, and Dana Hoffman with Guardianship Services, Inc. and Texas Elder Justice Coalition, and Eureka Pinckney and Jennifer Riggs with Tarrant County APS Community Board. For those of you who have made it, I will ask you to come forward. Here's this proclamation. The month of June is acknowledged as Elder Abuse Awareness Month, helping prevent the abuse and neglect of older adults. As those who paved the way before us, members of Tarrant County's elderly population deserve our respect, care, and protection. As we age, we grow in knowledge, experience, insight, and wisdom, which enriches our communities. There were 123,852 reports of abuse towards older adults and people with disabilities in Texas in 2024. Tarrant County seniors deserve to live with dignity, knowing they're safe. Tarrant County takes seriously the risk to our older residents who may be victims of neglect or subject to financial, emotional, or physical abuse. Raising awareness about elder abuse enhances our community's ability to recognize the signs, understand the impact, and take action to prevent, report, and address elder abuse. We stand united in our commitment to ensure the safety and security of older adults, support victims of elder abuse, and hold abusers accountable. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim June 2025 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Tarrant County. And I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, it passes unanimously. And as I bring this down here, I want to commend our DA's office and our sheriff's office, because they do a lot of work to try to raise awareness about elder abuse, to protect our elders, and to prosecute those who will take advantage of them. So let me bring this to you, ladies.
Thank you.
To Judge O'Hara and the County Commissioners, we want to thank you so much for your support of Adult Protective Services and our mission in the community to protect protect older adults ages 65 years or older or 18 to 64 years of age with a substantial impairment by providing resources to prevent or alleviate maltreatment. We appreciate all of our partnerships in the community, specifically with Commissioner Simmons. We've done a lot in the community to bring awareness to adult protective services and the resources that we offer, as well as Commissioner Miles. So we want to continue to build these partnerships in order to protect the most vulnerable citizens of Tarrant County. Tarrant County proclaiming June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month brings awareness to abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation, but it also brings awareness to the resources and the community partnerships that we have that can help to prevent abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. That way we can foster and prevent these things from happening by fostering better partnerships. So we appreciate your partnership. We appreciate this proclamation. Standing with me, like Judge O'Hare mentioned, are many of our community partners who we work closely with, including the DA's office, in order to prosecute those people who take advantage of our most vulnerable citizens. So again, we thank you. And if anyone feels that someone is in a state of abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation, please reach out to Adult Protective Services. Our number for the record is 1-800-252-5400, and it is answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I also have handouts if anyone would like one. Thank you again, Judge O'Hare and the commissioners.
Thank you, ladies, for the work you do. We appreciate it. Okay, this next resolution, Byron Nelson High School suddenly lost their head football coach, Travis Pride, a little while back. And just a personal story, my dad left when I was like 6 months old. So I didn't have much of a father figure. I had an uncle that tried to help. But the people that I looked up to and kind of where I got fatherly parenting and guidance from were coaches. And that was junior high, high school, college. And so there's a special place in my heart for coaches. But when I was reading about Coach Pride and the outpouring of support for him and how many people loved him and how many people he seemed to touch in every community he went in, such a tragic situation, I wanted to honor him and his family. So with us today is his wife, Christy, his children, Colt, Brody, and Ray Lee, and I know of also his sister, Robin. And I would just like to ask them to come forward here to the podium. And anyone that is here to support Coach Pride's family, please come forward as well. Tarrant County just wants to honor your family and a good man that meant a lot to a lot of children. We know he's no longer with us here, but we know that your family will see him again. So let me read this resolution honoring the life and legacy of Coach Travis Pride. We honor the remarkable life and legacy of Coach Travis Pride, a man of deep faith, unwavering integrity, and selfless leadership, whose influence continues to shape the lives of students, colleagues, and families throughout Tarrant County. For nearly a decade at Byron Nelson High School, Coach Pride led with heart and humility, building one of the top 6A football programs in the DFW area while fostering a culture of excellence and respect. His impact extended far beyond the field as a trusted mentor, role model, and advocate for all students, always putting other people first. His decades of coaching, including roles at Wichita Falls High School, Mansfield Summit High School, and state championship teams at Southlake Carroll High School, reflect a career rooted in distinction, purpose, and service. Coach Pride lived out his Christian faith daily, modeling servant leadership and leaving a lasting imprint on all who knew him. He is lovingly remembered by his wife, Christy, children Colt, Brody, and Rayleigh, his parents, and a wide circle of students, friends, and Northwest ISD colleagues whose lives he touched. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor and recognize the life and legacy of faith, leadership, and love left by Coach Travis Pride. And I will now make a motion
Second.
to adopt that resolution. Thank you. Any discussion? Please weigh in now. If not, sir.
Just for this precious family, as he was sharing the story about your loved one, this passage of scripture came to me, and I thought I would just share it with you to give you some hope. Revelations 14, the 13th verse says, "Then I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, Write, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors and their works follow them." You are a reflection of your loved one, and the host of people's lives whom he's touched are those works, and they live on through all of them until we meet him again when we are at the great banquet table celebrating together. We're praying for you. We love you. God bless you.
Amen.
And please cast your votes now.
kind of followed him wherever he went after that. And just on behalf of his family, his friends, the coaching staff at Byron Nelson, and the countless lives that he touched, we wanted to thank you, Judge, and the commissioners for recognizing a life well lived. And thank you for your continued support through this. And if anyone has a free Friday night this fall, we would love to see you out at a game. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next proclamation is commemorating the 75th anniversary of Haltom City. With us today is Dr. An Truong, the mayor of Haltom City, city council members Lynn Thompson, Troy Dunn, Dana Kaufman, and Kyle Hance, and city manager Rex Phelps. I'm going to ask all of you to come forward and allow me to read this proclamation commemorating the 75th anniversary of Haltom City. The city of Haltom City, Texas marks its 75th anniversary on July 3rd, 2025. That would be Thursday. The Haltom City area started as Birdville, originally the county seat of Tarrant County. A lot of people didn't know that. After losing the county seat, the residents and businesses showed steadfast character by maintaining a thriving and growing community, becoming Haltom Village in 1932, incorporating in 1949, and eventually merging with Oak Knoll in 1950. Haltom City's growth has included a new city hall, police facility, fire station, senior center, updated infrastructure, and a recently renovated Signature North Park. In celebration of the momentous anniversary, Haltom City reopened the Signature North Park in June, providing residents with open green space, a 4-acre fishing pond, walking trails, a disc golf course, and more. Haltom City boasts 3,400 businesses and continued development, including the Midway Logistics Industrial Park. Haltom City will soon be home to a 45,000 square foot pickleball facility, Tarrant County's first H-Mart, which will be a huge economic boom for Haltom City, and a new live music venue. Haltom City started as a population of 3,000 in 1950 and is now approaching 50,000 residents. Haltom City is a pivotal community in Tarrant County, exemplifying economic growth and a spirit of resilience. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the 75th anniversary of the city of Haltom City, and I move approval.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Judge, I'll just say it's an honor to have Haltom City, a great, thriving city who's doing great and better things all the time, part of Precinct 3. So excited to work with y'all as y'all continue to grow. We want to help you grow along right there with the aspirations. So congratulations, and it's an honor to have you here today.
All right.
And I will say, for Mayor Trump's sake, he was a Fort Worth police officer, and he was also Tarrant County District ADA. And then their city manager, Rex, has also been an incredible partner for Precinct 4. And we have a phenomenal relationship, and we look forward to seeing the growth of Altum City in the future. So congratulations on 75 years. We welcome the next 75.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, please cast your vote. All right, this one passes unanimously. Let me present this to you, Mayor.
Fresh smiles.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good morning. 75 years ago, I was a 2-year-old boy from Vietnam. In 1970, I came to America. I rushed from U.S. Air Force as a fighter pilot during Vietnam War. I got shot down several times, but still alive. Come to United States, after many times I do a different job, and finally I land with Fort Worth PD Academy and work with Commissioner Ramirez. And after that, I worked for District Attorney 0.7, half year at the DA investigator. And finally, I don't know why I become politician, First with the American man in the state of Texas. And thank you so much for proclamation. This proclamation mean a lot for Altum City. And everything you said, I'm not doing alone. We are the teamwork. I would like to introduce our Mayor Pro Tem North Cooper, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hal Hain, and Councilor Lynn Thompson, Troy Dunn, and Gayla Topman, especially this guy. He joined me. We built a Altum City, as we are now. Altum City was a little bitty town and nobody know who we are now. We have H-Mark. And one more time, Judge, Commissioner, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this proclamation. This will be in our City Hall.
I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Is it H-Mark named after Altum City? And did y'all post notice of this meeting? That's what I want to know. So, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, as proclamation and resolutions continue, next up is a resolution recognition of Juneteenth, 2025.
Good morning, and thank you, Judge and Commissioners and attendees. I'm going to read this resolution into the record and ask for its ratification. Resolution in recognition of Juneteenth, 2025. Whereas on June 19, 1865, 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced that all enslaved people were free, an event now commemorated as Juneteenth. And whereas Juneteenth is a day of profound significance in American history, a day to reflect on the end of slavery and to celebrate the promise of freedom and the ongoing struggle for equality and justice for all. And whereas the journey from emancipation to full equality has been marked by perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding demand for the rights and dignities afforded to all citizens, a journey that continues to this day. And whereas Tarrant County is home to a vibrant and diverse African American community that has enriched our county's cultural, social, and economic fabric through its countless contributions in the arts, education, business, public service, and every field of endeavor. And whereas we honor the legacy of Fort Worth's own Dr. Opal Lee, whose tireless advocacy and symbolic walk to Washington, D.C. brought national attention to this historic day and was instrumental in Juneteenth being recognized as a federal holiday, reminding us that the pursuit of freedom is a cause that unites us all. And whereas Tarrant County is a majority-minority county and is committed to upholding the principles of equity, representation, and justice that are at the heart of the Juneteenth commemoration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, Texas, do hereby recognize and celebrate Juneteenth and encourage all citizens of Tarrant County to acknowledge the contributions of African Americans during Juneteenth and throughout the year. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of July 2025. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Motion, yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Although this is after Juneteenth, the mission, the heart, and the passion of Juneteenth lives on every day that we're on top of this great earth. And I want to celebrate our very own trailblazer, Dr. Opal Lee, for all of her tireless efforts to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. Let's give it up for Dr. Opal Lee. And lastly, in the words of Dr. Opal Lee, no one is free until we all are free. Thank you.
So I've got one thing. So I had no idea what Juneteenth was until I was a young patrol officer working the east side of Fort Worth. And I was driving down, I think it was Rosedale. I was driving down Rosedale, and there's a little house, and it had a sign on the front fence that said Juneteenth Museum or Juneteenth Exhibit.
Yep.
And I drove past and said, what in the heck is that? At midnight when I drove past, first time I ever saw it. I get back to the sector and I asked my sergeant, I said, why? Well, what is Juneteenth? What is that house? Who lives there? What is that? And then he explained a little bit about it. And then he explained Opal Lee, because this was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
And in any case, from just awareness of what it was, the historical event that it was, in springboarding it ahead just 16 years ago, considering I had no idea what it was.
Right.
And a house on east side of Fort Worth is the first time that I saw it. So
Wow.
just a remarkable story, and that's where it began with Dr. Opal Lee, taking it all the way to Washington, D.C. to get this commemoration. So big thing for Fort Worth to have this year.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say it always, every year, it's just a great reminder. 2.5 years it took to get that message of the Emancipation Proclamation to Galveston. It's incredible to me. And so I think this is absolutely something worth celebrating, something worth remembering. It was a great day in American history. We need to continue to remember that every year. So thank you both, commissioners, for bringing that resolution. This is a great time of celebration we need to remember every year. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you all.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Is there anybody here?
No.
Okay. All right, next resolution is recognizing the community impact of safe families for children in DFW in Tarrant County. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to offer this resolution. At my very first meeting with the Arlington Ministerial Association shortly after I took office, I met several pastors, but Pastor Greg Key, and he talked to me about safe families for children and put me in touch immediately with the chapter director, who happens to be his wife. And so we have in Precinct 2 supported the work that they do with hopefully keeping children out of foster care. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize them today with this resolution. Whereas Safe Families for Children, DFW, engages churches in Tarrant County and in North Texas in a movement to reduce poverty, prevent children from entering foster care, and keep families intact. And whereas Safe Families' beliefs are rooted in faith, and they are based on 3 foundational values: radical hospitality, disruptive generosity, and intentional compassion. And whereas Safe Families leaders, including Chapter Director Lori Key, work continuously to recruit compassionate individuals to support parents on the brink of having their children removed and placed in Child Protective Services. And whereas research shows that children who remain with their birth families, despite having marginal parents, fare better than those forcibly removed and who experience the placement disruption of foster care. Whereas Safe Families for Children has impacted 39 households and 103 children since its launch in 2019. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby call upon all healthy families to support Safe Families for Children by donating to the organization, considering becoming a safe family, hosting a family, becoming a family friend, or a family coach. And in witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of July 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. Passage unanimously.
Thank you. Pastor Lori Key, Chapter Director, is here. Pastor Greg Key, Jennifer Murillo, and Anna Erickson. And did Rosanna show up?
She was in the
overflow. Okay. So come on up and let me present this to you guys, and then you can make some comments.
Thank you.
And you have gifts.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I saw everybody else walk up with them. These are my friends. I can talk to them.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of great.
There you go. Congratulations. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners, honored guests, partners, and friends. Good morning. On behalf of Safe Families for Children, DFW, I am Lori Key, and I am the Chapter Director for Tarrant County in North Texas. I stand before you deeply humbled and grateful to receive this resolution. An honor that recognizes not just the work of this chapter, but the extraordinary courage of the families that we serve. This resolution is for the brave parents who make courageous decisions every day, parents who choose to ask for help, who make sacrifices, who stay in the fight together, no matter how heavy the burden is. It is for the children whose resilience and hope inspire us all to keep showing up and standing in the gap when life gets hard. More than 20 years ago, our founder, Dr. David Anderson, stepped into the unknown land of family preservation with a bold vision. What if the church and community could open their homes and hearts to prevent children from ever entering foster care? He in hearts to prevent children from ever entering foster care. He didn't just dream it, he built it. Today, because of that pioneering vision, there are now over 100 chapters across the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Hong Kong. Neighbors standing in the gap for families in crisis before it turns into separation. In 2019, that vision took root here in Tarrant County. Through the pioneering leadership of Anna Erickson and Katie Weathers, who saw the families on the edge in our community and chose to build a local foundation, compassion, and prevention. As a small and growing chapter, we pressed in and served families even through the pandemic. When doors were closed and the world felt uncertain, our volunteers went to the families. We showed up on doorsteps, on porches, and hotels, bringing hope, groceries, diapers, prayers, and a reminder that no family walks alone. We persevered through the challenges that come with planting something new. We faced all the growing pains, building trust, stretching limited resources, and laying a strong foundation in the hardest of times. Yet by God's grace and through the faithfulness of committed volunteers, we endured, adapted, and grew because families needed us too. In 2022, I had the privilege to step in as the chapter director and continue to build on that foundation, expanding our reach, strengthening our infrastructure, cultivating strategic partnerships like our Protective Homemaker services with our community, our kids, and anchoring everything we do in a spirit of excellence, openness, and integrity. Trust is the heartbeat of Safe Families for Children DFW. It is earned through presence by showing up again and again for parents, children, volunteers, and our partners. And it is the trust, this trust is stewarded by our small and mighty team, our devoted part-time staff, faithful interns, miracle-working vistas, and our unstoppable leadership council, and the volunteers who serve tirelessly and endlessly to ensure every child, every parent, and every host family is supported. Together, we have served over more than 200 families with practical preventive care, mobilized and equipped and trained over 100 volunteers to wrap around families with dignity and love. We developed poverty-informed training so our volunteers serve wisely and compassionately, implemented circle of support model, and we have built systems to remain accountable. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah. May this resolution not only celebrate where we've been, but call us all forward, reminding us when the church and community come together, families stay together. Thank you, and may God bless our families, our children, this Tarrant County that we call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we have a resolution honoring Amanda Jane Arizola for her groundbreaking service on the Tarrant County Hospital District Board of Managers. Commissioner Simmons.
So I am losing another rock star, but in the form of my Tarrant County Board appointee, Tarrant County JPS Hospital District Board appointee, Amanda Arizola. So I have this resolution. Is she? Okay, there you are. Whereas the Tarrant County Hospital District Board of Managers was formed with a mission to transform healthcare delivery to Tarrant County communities and with a vision to become a national leader in improving patient experiences, medical outcomes, and access to care. And whereas two of the values of Tarrant County Hospital District's Board of Managers are mutual respect, which includes honoring the ideas, beliefs, and diversity of others, and excellence, which includes striving to exceed expectations by establishing high standards of performance. And whereas Amanda Jane Arazola was appointed in February 2019 to serve on the Hospital District Board of Managers, the first Latina to serve in this capacity, she has upheld these values by advocating for expanded medical access and for dignity and culture fluency in healthcare service delivery. And whereas Amanda Arazola has served as chairwoman of the Human Resources Committee and has advanced bilingual service delivery, supported patient-centered policy reforms, and helped in hiring key leaders at John Peter Smith Hospital. And whereas during her tenure, Ms. Arazola also co-chaired the Quality Committee, where she strengthened JPS's commitment to indigent families and low-income patients. And through her unwavering service, Amanda Arazola has left an enduring legacy that will continue to shape the future of public health in Tarrant County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, Texas, do hereby honor Amanda Jane Arazola's groundbreaking service on the Tarrant County Hospital District Board of Managers, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of July 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for allowing me to serve as the first vice chair, Latina vice chair for the hospital. JPS is a big part of my life. It has, fourth generation Fort Worthian, sixth generation Texan. Our healthcare system is important to all of us. JPS, even though I'm not a JPS baby, I got there as quick as I could. But, our patients are amazing. They come from all over. The work of our board members often goes unseen for the time that they put in. I'm grateful to all of our board members, current and past, for the work that we did. We came through a global pandemic,
yes,
and JPS came out as a #1 hospital through that time and moving forward. Our staff, from our contracted environmental services workers to our techs, our nurses, our doctors, everybody in between, and our executive staff. During the time that we talked about contract services, we talked about livable wage and making sure that even our contract services were paying a livable wage to each one of our employees, 7,600 employees, the third largest employer in Tarrant County. It is amazing the way that JPS runs and moves through. Is there room for improvement? Always. However, we do love what we see and what we do. It is important that we continue that service. I also want to thank former Commissioner Devin Allen for recognizing that there was a missing link and voice to our community and seeing and filling that particular void. I implore each one of y'all to look and see at that board level and see the representation that's needed on that community. I am a JPS patient. My doctor's at JPS. My sister is a JPS patient. I ask if y'all are JPS patients. Who in here is a JPS patient? My mother spent the last 2 years of her life in and out of the hospital, going through several different illnesses. It was a very different hospital then than it is now. I look at our community and I ask them, please continue to pay JPS as that safe harbor for individuals who need specific healthcare access. Healthcare access is a right, and that continues to go through, and especially for our Latino community, and being here and making sure that they feel safe. That was our mission all the time, and making sure that all communities feel safe and have full access to the life-saving treatments that are needed. So I continue to say, let's go ahead and continue to fund JPS at full capacity, porque la comunidad tiene fuerza, la comunidad es necesario para tener éxito, y aquí estamos seguimos fuerte y ya nos vamos. Ya estamos aquí. Mil gracias y siga la lucha. Gracias.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a proclamation honoring the Grapevine Police Department and Texas Game Warden Tristan Pokorny for exemplary service in the aftermath of the tragic death of Ava Moore. Commissioner Kraus.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Many of you will remember at the end of May, Ava Moore, 18-year-old Air Force Academy appointee, tragically lost her life. She was kayaking, hit by somebody, and died due to those injuries. And so it was incredibly tragic. And so we were talking in our office a great way to remember her. She had her whole life in front of her, but we wanted to make sure she was memorialized. And as we talked about it, we started looking into the circumstances surrounding it and just the heroic efforts, really, of the Grapevine Police Department and our Texas Game Wardens in bringing the perpetrator who took Ava's life to justice. And so the more we talked about it, we want to remember Ava's life, but we also really wanted to thank and appreciate and show appreciation to our law enforcement agencies that do such great work day in and day out. That goes for our sheriff's department, that goes for our local law enforcement associations like Grapevine, and our state partners like DPS and the Texas Game Wardens. And so we wanted to honor them today for their incredible work, not just for what they did in this one particular case with Ava Moore, but what they do on a daily basis, not only to keep us safe, but to bring justice to families affected by crime. And so that's why we wanted to recognize them today. I'm not going to read the entire proclamation. I did want to read the part about Ava Moore, so we get that into the record. That Ava Moore, a recent appointee to the United States Air Force Academy Preparatory School, embodied the spirit of service, excellence, and promise, and her memory will forever remain in the hearts of all who knew her and loved her. And so to the family of Ava Moore, we want to continue to express our condolences and thank you for raising such an exceptional young woman who in 18 years put more into life than many do who live far, far longer. And so we want to remember her. And then I'll read the last little part for our law enforcement agencies as well. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court hereby honors and extends its deepest gratitude to Grapevine Police Detectives Nicole Johnson and Joe Moeller, along with Texas Game Warden Tristan Pokorny, for their outstanding dedication and swift actions in the pursuit of justice for Ava Moore. Be it further resolved that their efforts serve as a shining example of the courage and compassion that define the very best in law enforcement. Their commitment is a true blessing to our community and the state of Texas. And today we have with us from the Grapevine Police Department, we have Captain Wade Easley, Detective Nicole Johnson, Sergeant Sam Shimwell, Captain Ronnie Gutierrez, and Captain Clay Gidney. And with our Victims Advocate Service, we have Michaela Moore. And then with the Texas Game Wardens, we have Tristan Cody Pokorny and Captain Joseph Quintero. If all of you would come to the front, we'd love to present you with these proclamations. And I move to approve the proclamation.
Any discussion? Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
I've got one for game wardens and one for the police.
Here we go.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. How you doing? Okay, our last proclamation, I'm not sure how you guys drew the short end of the stick here, but Grapevine High School baseball team on another state championship. Incredible, Commissioner Kraus.
Thank you, Judge, and yes, thank you, coaches, for being patient through all this. We wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the athletic achievements in Precinct 3. It's hard enough to win a state championship. We've recognized some state champions and on incredible seasons and kind of catching lightning in a bottle, and it's incredible to be a state champion here in Texas, especially at the 5A level. Well, Grapevine High School is not only a state champion, they are now a back-to-back state champion, and so that means for 2 successive seasons, they've exemplified the epitome of excellence in all that they do. And you've got everybody gunning for you that next year, right, as the defending state champs. And so you got the best from everybody this year. But it didn't matter. Grapevine High School had an incredible season, and it starts with their leadership. And so we just wanted to take an opportunity to congratulate y'all in front of the entire Commissioners Court and let Tarrant County know what a great job y'all are doing there in Grapevine and that the student athletes have done. I'm not going to read this again. I won't waste your time on that, but we want you to know how proud we are of you and how exceptional your achievement is, and so we wanted to celebrate that today. So today we have with us the head coach, Jimmy Webster, and the assistant coach, Jason Washburn. And so if you guys would come up, we will move adoption of this proclamation and just thank you guys for a great season.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, let's give them a big round of applause.
Just because everybody else spoke. I don't want to downplay what we do because I think it's very important. Being a coach and a teacher, and I'm honored to be in that profession. But with the other proclamations and the other things that have been said today, we're extremely honored by the people that were directly in front of us, and even the ones that preceded them. So to be included with all of that's a great honor. So thank you to the Commissioners Court. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Congrats again.
And Coach, we look forward to the three-peat proclamation next year.
Yes, sir.
All right, that is quite a bit of proclaiming and resolving. So we are going to take a 10-minute recess. So we'll be back in here at 11:37. We are now in recess. Yeah. combination of water and green tea. Yeah. I have officially given up Coke Zero. Yeah. I may.
Anything that's a new contract is usually not good on consent. That's probably what, in purchasing, that's why you see all the renewals on consent. But anything that's a new contract with a new award, they ask you to take it into contract. And then are they going to ask questions about all? No, more than likely the judge will probably say, I'm moving approval for items 1 through 23. Is what he'll probably do. So we hold this for everything to say.
You can read that?
Yeah, you can.
Are you kidding? Not even with glasses can I do that. Although I'm thinking of getting those new lenses.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
You've seen those?
Yes, we do like this, and it's 2 different focus layers.
It's a complete implant that completely replaces your lens.
Wow.
Yeah. You never had cataracts, and you're good to go.
I have heard of that.
All right, we are back from recess. There was one speaker signed up for A6. That speaker has notified our office they wish to be removed and do not want to speak. Therefore, A6 is going back to the consent agenda. And with that, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Anybody? I will second it. Any discussion on the consent agenda as amended? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, now we have a public hearing on a proposed ordinance prohibiting solid waste disposal and processing in certain areas of Tarrant County pursuant to Health and Safety Code Sections 363.112 and 364.012 of the Texas what? Health and Safety Code. All right, so this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that is signed up to speak to this? Anyone wanting to speak to this? Is there something you would like to add? Okay. All right, seeing none, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion to second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next item is consideration and possible action to approve a contract for legal services between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation, Inc.
Move for approval. Sorry, my microphone's off.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion from the court
Yes,
before
sir.
bringing speakers?
Yes, sir. Back in April, at the start of this redistricting process.
Before one moment, do I need to turn this 10-minute thing on for either of you?
No.
Okay, all right.
As I was saying, back in April at the start of this redistricting process, I said clearly, every resident of Tarrant County deserves a redistricting process that is fair, transparent, and responsive to the people, not one rushed behind closed doors. I warned that this approach would lead us down a costly and unnecessary path. Now, nearly 4 months later, we are facing the very lawsuit that many of us feared, and we are being asked to approve a $250,000 taxpayer-funded contract for a law firm that played a role in the flawed process. The Public Interest Legal Foundation was neither transparent with this court nor accessible to the public throughout the redistricting process. Residents asked questions and received no answers. Commissioners saw clarity and were met with silence. That's not how public representation should work, in my opinion. Additionally, there are numerous highly qualified law firms right here in Tarrant County and across the state of Texas that could represent this court with professionalism and transparency. Therefore, I cannot support this action.
So, Pill should not be hired because it would violate the Texas legal ethics rule that an attorney cannot represent a party in a case in which they will be a witness. Pill certainly will be a witness with regard to information it gathered, public comment it received, and the drawing of the maps, including Map 7. So in Texas, lawyers generally cannot act as both advocate and witness in the same legal proceeding due to the advocate-witness rule. And this rule is found in Texas Rule of Professional Conduct 3.08. It prevents a lawyer from taking a case where they know or believe they will be a necessary witness for their client. And really, this is essentially hiring the arsonist to put out the fire. Pill doesn't work hard for the money that we're about to pay them, the $30,000. They barely attended any community meetings. Pill refused to make themselves available to answer questions the day of our vote. They don't work hard for the money. And you know, one example, another example of that is their invoice. I wish y'all could see this invoice from PILF. I have copies for my colleagues. You know, a third grader could have done this invoice for her lemonade stand. You'll pass those down. It just says, summary, services rendered per agreement, April through June 2025, date of invoice 6/17, total due $30,000. Now, I have another invoice that we've received from a law firm in one of our cases here. It is itemized. Like, what'd you do? Look at this. Telephone conference with, review statutory and case law applicable to damages. I mean, and it has the name of the lawyer or the paralegal or whomever. This is this is an invoice. Hell, this is an invoice. It's from one of the vendors whose contract we'll approve today. It's handwritten, but it's itemized. It breaks down labor details, hours during the week, hours on the weekend. This is what PIL sent over. This is their invoice. Give us $30,000. Paying PILF $250,000 is a waste of money because PILF will be disqualified because they are likely witnesses in this redistricting case. There are, as my colleague said, highly qualified firms and lawyers right here in Tarrant County. Not sure why the majority on this court is skipping over our Tarrant County law firms to give this contract to its ideological buddies. But hiring PILF is an insult to the great lawyers right here. And finally, if a lawyer loses the trust of their client, they can't effectively represent the client. Based on their refusal to provide straightforward and transparent communication when I've requested it, I don't trust PILF. I do not consent to them representing me as a member of this court. We need a lawyer that all members of this commissioner's court can trust, all of us. Thank you.
All right, any other comments?
Question for Mark. I think Commissioner Simmons brings up a valid concern. I'm assuming that already with the contract, the DA's office has already considered the possibility there may be a conflict?
It will be up to the lawyers, if the court approves this, to ensure that they comply with the ethical rules, and if they're unable to take the case, make arrangements such that the county is represented pursuant to the contract.
Yeah, my assumption in choosing this firm is that it was the least costly because they already have familiarity with the process and as it was going to come forward. You don't have to basically onboard a whole new firm for the process. But I mean, when do you think that would be discovered? If there were a conflict or otherwise with this specific firm?
It would have to be something that's raised in the course of the litigation, and then there would have to be a showing as to how a conflict is made.
I'm no lawyer, so you're saying as this contract stands, it's copacetic with the DA's office?
We do not have an issue with the contract as it currently stands for the court to consider today.
So I have a question for Mr. Cradaville. Along those same lines, you're the lawyer, are you expecting Joe Nixon, for example, to recuse himself given his connection here? Seems he would be a witness.
That will be up to the parties in the litigation to determine whether he is a witness or not, Commissioner. Right now, I do not know whether he is or not. It will depend on.
And just expanding on my question, if we need to take this into close to discuss, let me know. I mean, I don't know if it has anything to do with advice of counsel or whatever. If you're more comfortable doing it that way, that's fine. Or we can have it here, just making sure that if that's the option you want to do.
Is the question, are we of the opinion that he's going to be recused because he's somehow a fact witness?
No, my question is just making sure that there is no conflict with the firm. I mean, I think that's a valid concern.
It is, yeah.
And what conflict are you referring to?
I guess the fact that maybe they would be witnesses if they're I don't think they're parties to the lawsuit.
I'm not giving legal advice to the court. I would be stunned if a judge said you could recuse this firm because they're, quote, a witness. Any more than you could recuse him for sitting in this room and being a witness. That's just not how the law works. Yeah. Otherwise, a lawyer's a witness to every single thing that ever happens. Right. I mean, I see what they're trying to do. I don't think it's going to work. Okay, any other questions from the court? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
Judge.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I broke my arm.
Okay, A1. Where are we? What are we doing here?
Oh, we have speakers.
Okay, Bishop Kirkland is first. Following Mr. Kirkland is Jeremy Pope.
How did we get here? Deborah Crops wrote and performed a song entitled How Did We Get Here? Probably the lyrics stated, how did we get here? We're not supposed to be here. It is apparent to the listener Ms. Copp's dilemma was she found herself smack dead in the middle of an unhealthy relationship. However, everybody knows exactly how we got into this mess. And as usual, here we are writing open-faced checks. I call them that because there's no set amount in the amount box. We will be writing these checks because Tarrant County Judge Mr. O'Hara used a dangerous phrase in a news interview. He said, I think the best government is a conservative government. My issue is the use of the pronoun I. I has nothing to do with your role as a Tarrant County judge. You do not represent your own ideology. You're elected by the people to serve all of the people. Next, you said, this is a Democrat and Republican issue. Not true, sir. This is a county issue. Winnie Jackson, Jared Jackson, Celia Vasquez, Dwayne Braxton, Miss Nadia, I'm not going to mess up Nadia, I'm not going to jack up her last name, are the first of many lawsuits to come. Sir, during a hearing 2 weeks ago, you resonated with me when you said, I've seen all these types of cases filed at the city and state level. None of them have been successful. I come here today like a Russian mighty wind, and because it came to me, and I said the outcome of so many cases, what sounds like an open-faced check. Today's allocation is just the beginning of so many to come. Galveston County was billed $4 million in its racial gerrymandering litigation back in 2023. How did we get to such a large amount? The attorney's fees, $450 hourly, out of pocket, including travel, miles, parking, and meals. $100 an hour for non-attorney fees, paralegal, and legal assistance. I have an accountability problem with PIF. PIF would not even come out at the request of a commissioner of this court. I have an accountability with a firm that does not make Excel available for the people that hired them. Now we're saying, looking at this request, according to you, sir, we hired them, we give them $30K, and right dead in the middle of it, they decide they're recused, and we're out of $30K. To hell with Biff.
Next up is Jeremy Pope. Following Mr. Pope is Reed Bills. Is Mr. Pope present? Do we have a spillover room?
We do in 504. Let me find out if there's anybody in there.
All right, we'll bring...
We don't have a spillover room, Judge. Everyone is
so everybody
present.
should be here. All right, Reed Bills. Is Reed Bills here? All right, following Ms. Bills, we have Deborah Kratke.
The reasons not to hire the Republican, Virginia-based law firm Public Interest Legal Foundation to redraw our precinct boundaries are again valid reasons not to hire the firm to defend the legal challenge to the map ordered and paid for by PILF and chosen by the Republican members of this court. But additional concerns arise in this new request. Since the two Democrats on the court did not vote for the map, they should not be parties in the case brought by Jackson et al. If hired, PILF will not be representing their interests. Commissioners Simmons and Miles need their own representation at the county's expense to protect them from being included in the case and any other scenario that violates their rights. I urge you to deny the request to hire PILF, a firm with obvious conflict of interest that thoroughly failed to meet its obligations in drawing, presenting, and advising taxpayers on the new maps. And furthermore, I request that you hire and pay for a law firm of their choice for Commissioners Simmons and Miles.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Kratke, we have Valencia Elaine Edner.
In Fort Worth, there are over 352 lawyers, many with over 30 years' experience in governmental affairs and really impressive wins. Most are within 20 miles of this courthouse. I find it baffling that you would pick a law firm that is 1,363 miles away from this courthouse and was only formed in 2012. Let's talk a little bit about that law firm. PILF has made claims about widespread ineligible voter registrations, but independent fact checkers and investigative journalists have found many errors in their data and analysis, including the wrongful inclusion of eligible voters on lists of supposedly non-citizen or fraudulent voters. In 2016 and 17, PILF published reports that included personal information of eligible voters, including social security numbers and dates of birth, falsely accusing them of being fraudulent voters. This led to a federal lawsuit, which PILF settled by removing the information and issuing a heartfelt statement of regret. That statement did little for the people whose personal identifying information was exposed on the internet. And we all know once something is on the internet, it never goes away. One such voter was a U.S. missionary in Guatemala who, based on this report, was inaccurately highlighted as a fraudulent voter. Besides the attorney's $450 hourly wage, the county will be paying, as we've heard before, out-of-pocket expenses, including travel, fare, meals, parking. The county will also be billed up to $100 per hour of non-attorneys, paralegals, or legal assistants, all for a firm 1,363 miles away with less than 15 years' experience. To procure legal services, the county in Texas must follow procedures governed by the Texas Professional Services Procurement Act and their related statutes. Some key requirements are: legal services are classified as professional service. Under Texas law, this includes lawyers, and they are exempt from the standard competitive bidding requirements that apply to most goods and services. And this is where I found for comments earlier about cost, maybe they were the low bid. This does not apply for qualifications. All you have to prove is that the firm is qualified, not price. The county must select legal counsel based on demonstrated competence and qualifications. I guess none of the 352 lawyers in Tarrant County are good enough for this court.
Following Ms. Edner, we have Carla Palomares.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Dr. Valencia Edner, and here are my comments. It is absolutely both a conflict of interest and a moral failure that this county has hired the very law firm responsible for crafting the racist redistricting map to now defend them in a lawsuit challenging it. Not only is that like appointing an arsonist as the fire marshal, it's like hiring a thief to guard the vault. The public outcry has been loud and clear, yet PILF, such an appropriate name, has shown no decency and didn't even address the communities most harmed by their political coloring exercise. This is continued Jim Crow, this time in a tailored suit. This is a strategic, systemic disenfranchisement with no voter input. And now citizens are being forced to pay for their own oppression. It is an abuse of power, an illegality, and a betrayal of democracy. And we cannot be silent. This is a pilfering of our community, and it's unacceptable.
Following Ms. Palomares, we have Nicholas Terziak. Is Ms. Palomares here? All right, how about Mr. Terziak? Next, we have Tanner Trask. Following Mr. Trask, we have Chris Dobson.
Good morning. My name is Tanner Trask. I'm a longtime resident of Tarrant County. Been living here since I was 12, and went to high school and college here. Currently the minister over at Westside Unitarian Universalist in Fort Worth, but I'm here as a resident and taxpayer of the county. When you talk about being of service and leadership in a position of public trust, I've never been in your seat, but I was a teacher for about 10 years. Taught high school social studies and high school math. I was really happy to see the award given to the baseball team. Our student athletes were fantastic, loved having them in class. Didn't work at that district, and I know that they were great too. And one of the things that I learned as a teacher is that it wasn't enough to not act improperly. Of course, you couldn't act improperly. You're in a position of public trust. But you also had to avoid even the appearance of impropriety if you wanted to have the trust of the parents and taxpayers of the district you were working for. And I believe that hiring PILF does not avoid that appearance of impropriety. I don't know the inner workings of all of these things, but I don't know if I could defend it if somebody asked me to defend it. So the good news that I have today is that denying this contract, at least for right now, even if you just have questions at the moment that you want to make sure you have answered, denying this contract for right now is both the morally and fiscally responsible thing to do for the taxpayers of this county. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is Mr. Dobson present? Okay, next we have Linda Hanratty. Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Joe Palmer.
I strongly oppose any expenditure of my tax money to defend the gerrymandered redistricting which disenfranchises all residents of the southern half of Tarrant County and adversely impacts minority residents. This is a pure power grab by the Republican majority who are afraid their anti-voter policies will harm them in the next election without this unprecedented gerrymandering. Tarrant County faces significant cuts in federal funding in healthcare, housing, and other areas. It is a waste of taxpayers' money to spend $250,000 to defend this redistricting. And as the contract states, this is probably only a down payment, with more funds likely, hopefully not the $4 million that Galveston paid. If Commissioners Court is so eager to support this likely illegal redistricting, the court, or at least the Republican majorities, should pay for it, not the taxpayers, with no accountability to the residents of Tarrant County. I don't want a king in Tarrant County any more than one in Washington, D.C. One-party rule inevitably leads to bad policies and corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Palmer, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Thank you. The welcome experience of all of my comments being made. So I'll just highlight one thing. The attorneys that you're asking to defend you in this action, in this case, are the same ones that either couldn't find this room a month ago or they were refused to come to this room to answer questions about what was going on. It doesn't look good. I've said that about things in the past, and it was said earlier. It doesn't have to be illegal or bad. It just has to look bad. This is a gamble. If you win and you get your map, then it looks like it paid off. You got the firm to represent you, the same firm that drew the map. If you lose, they're going to beat us over the head with it, and it's going to look really bad. The other thing that came to mind just now was the inclination to use PILF to represent you in this matter. Either that inclination to use them existed before you knew you were going to get sued, or it's a surprise that you got sued and you said, well, of all the law firms around us, who are we going to use? I know, we'll just use the same firm that drew the map. Okay, all I need to hear is how this makes sense and how this looks good to me. How is this common sense? But with all the law firms in Tarrant County, why do you go with a firm that's 1,300 miles away? I don't know if I've said it here before. Milton Friedman, the economist, talked about 4 ways you can spend money. You can spend your own money on yourself. You can spend your own money on somebody else. You can spend somebody else's money on yourself, that's the best kind. Or you can spend other people's money on other people, OPM. And that's what's going on here. Why in the world would you hire a law firm that's in Virginia, that's that far away? Are they going to charge you for travel? I think they are. It just doesn't make sense to me. Make it make sense to me, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cox, we have Alexander Montalvo.
Please pass these to Mr. Crandall and you can put into the minutes of the meeting and you can present to the commissioners. My name is Geraldine Jackie Cox. I'm here to warn that there's a danger in what you're doing. First of all, you're doing a lot of harm to a lot of people. I'm going to read you from the pleadings filed in the suit against you, the county commissioners, and the county judge in his official capacity. And that is about what does map 7, which you adopted, do to your population. The pleadings allege that over 150,000 people of voting age in Tarrant County who are entitled to vote in the commissioner's race, that will be, Mr. Ramirez will be up, Ms. Simmons will be up, 140,000 people who were entitled to vote in that race, which will occur in the fall of 2026, will be disqualified because they've been moved out of an even numbered precinct, precinct 2, and into an odd numbered precinct, precinct 1. These are now Mr. Miles voters. But the people who are denied their right to vote in 2026 by this mechanism have a very valid claim under the Voting Rights Act that their rights have been infringed. And y'all have gone about proclaiming, oh, it wasn't racial, it was just political. But you know what? You deprived them of their right to vote. And I don't believe it was just political, because you've made too many statements that are kind of racist. And the impact on the population falls most heavily on black voters. The way they measure this, the experts, is when map 7 disenfranchises just 5% of Tarrant County's Anglo adults, it disenfranchises 19% of the county's black adults and 12% of its Latino adults. But the biggest thing is that you have a voting margin here that secures some people's election and denies others. And that's really repugnant. The other thing that I dislike a lot about this agreement is that it moves approval of the billings that come in out of the county auditor's office, where I can see them as a matter of law, and into the county attorney's office or the DA's office. That's set out in, let me find the paragraph in the agreement.
Thank you.
Anyway,
is Mr. Montalvo present?
More by the law.
How about Dr. Michael Bell? Is Dr. Bell present?
Yeah.
Following Dr. Bell, we have Dr. Harriet Harrell.
Let's call this what it is, a betrayal of trust. In April 2025, by a narrow 3 to vote, this court chose to hire the Public Interest Legal Foundation to draw new precinct maps for Tarrant County, and what did we get? A racially gerrymandered map designed to pack and crack black and brown communities across this county, deliberately slicing up our voices, intentionally attempting to minimize our participation in the democratic process, and diluting our influence at the ballot box. That's not democracy. That's disenfranchisement funded by taxpayers. Let's be clear. PIF is not an entity with a documented history of this, PIF is an entity with a documented history of deception and discrimination. They've been sued repeatedly for false claims about voter fraud, for voter intimidation, defamation, and violating privacy laws. In fact, on April the 12th, 2018, the League of United Latin American Citizens of Richmond and 4 individuals filed suit against PIF and its president, accusing them of violating both the Voting Rights Act and the Ku Klux Klan Act. That's who this court trusted with our electoral map. And now you want the taxpayers to foot the bill to defend a map that was flawed from the start. It's an insult, plain and simple, to every thinking citizen of this county, regardless of color or zip code. And Judge O'Hare, let's not pretend this is out of character. Your record speaks volumes. As mayor of Farmers Branch, your administration was the architect of at least 4 major lawsuits tied to racially discriminatory policies. The infamous anti-immigrant rental ordinance alone cost those taxpayers over $3.7 million in legal fees by 2011 and was ultimately struck down by a federal injunction. There was also the Windhoe versus Farmers Branch First Amendment lawsuit in April 2011 and the 2010 City Council election methods suit targeting the city's disenfranchisement of Latino voters. These weren't isolated issues, they were part of a pattern, and here we go again. Here we go again, another map, another lawsuit, another pile of legal fees dumped on the backs of hard-working Tarrant County taxpayers, all because of a persistent, unapologetic bias that sees people of color not as neighbors, but as obstacles.
Dr. Harrell?
Thank you.
And following Dr. Harrell is Carol Rayburn.
I'm here to strongly oppose paying any more money to PILF. You were thoroughly warned that a lawsuit would be coming if you approved PILF's racist maps. And yet you approved their plan in order to get a more conservative court without any idea of the financial impact. In fact, on June 3rd, the court communication said the fiscal impact is unknown at this time. I hardly think it was conservative to approve something this big with no fiscal information, no plan, and no sense of responsibility. Now here, the very first meeting after you approved racial gerrymandering, you want $250,000 for the very law firm that packed black voters into one precinct without explanation, justification, or fiscal analysis. Not one shred of supporting data, not one answer to public questions. PILF was impolite, dismissive, and at times outright contemptuous of the public you are elected to serve. And then, after the public comment period ended, they submitted 2 more racially gerrymandered maps, and you adopted one. That is not representation. That is resegregation. Let's be clear. PILF is a political operative, and their conduct, both in content and character, is unworthy of the public trust or money. I can only assume that you think this case is so fraught with problems and illegalities that the only law firm you can trust is the very one that so unethically caused the lawsuit. This unbudgeted money is going to be taken from important services in Tarrant County. I am hereby asking you and Mr. Merritt and the Budget Office for a public accounting of every cent that is spent related to redistricting, from this lawsuit to changing letterhead. Every cent, commissioners. And then your constituents can decide if there has been one iota of benefit.
Ms. Rayburn. Following Ms. Rayburn is Maggie Martinez.
Hello, I'm Carol Rayburn. I've lived in Arlington for 35 years. Graduated from UTA. I'm a retired engineer. I believe in truth and honesty, and I really challenge the maps that we were forced to understand that you approved were so gerrymandered to take away the fair vote of so many people in Arlington and shift the boundary so that we're not represented equally like we were before. It's a sad day to see what has happened to our county's commissioners. We expect better of our elected officials. We expect fair representation in our precincts of all the people in the precinct, not just the white people. We really expect you to not waste our money. This is a total waste of any money that we've all paid in taxes. We're all taxpayers. You're taking my money and sending it out of state for a very bad firm, okay? And there are a lot of other law firms here that are equally qualified that would give us a detailed invoice that we could actually look at and trust. I really believe that you need to hire different lawyers for our Democrat commissioners so that they're not thrown under the bus by this very bad firm. Thank you.
Following Ms. Martinez, we have Blake Mormon.
Good afternoon. My name is Maggie Martinez, and I'm here as a resident and taxpayer of Tarrant County to speak about the plan to spend our money to defend this racial gerrymandering lawsuit. You're wanting to spend up to $250,000, possibly more, the same people who built this discriminatory map. PILF isn't even located in Tarrant County, so the question is, why? If this map is so great, why isn't the DA's civil division, whose salary we already paid, handling this case? If not the DA, then why not any of the Tarrant County firms that are more than qualified? Is it because the map will hold up in court? Or because residents are right when we call it a gerrymandered power grab that silences Black and Latino voters? Or maybe it's just easier to funnel money to political allies while residents are distracted. Why are you choosing to work with PILF? Why are the same people who made this mess getting paid again to clean it up? The audacity to force residents to fund the defense of a plan designed to silence our voices is wild, and y'all should really be ashamed. In the end, you're not just spending our money, you're spending our trust. We, the voters, see exactly what it is, and we won't forget who made us pay for it come election time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Blake Mormon present?
Yes. My name is Blake Mormon, and I'm the first vice president of Fort Worth Tarrant County NAACP branch. Our members are appalled by the idea of approving a contract for legal services between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation Incorporated, PILF, for any reason. It is because of PILF, the unlawful maps produced by them, and the approval of the majority on this court that the county finds itself in this situation. To engage in a contract for any amount, and in particular, an amount up to $250,000 with this organization is a gross misuse of public funds. PILF has proven itself to be unresponsive to members of this court, deems itself unaccountable to the taxpaying citizens of this county. Do not approve this contract.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's all the folks we have signed up to speak to this. We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion from the court?
I do. I have a question. Ms. Martinez brought it up. Is our district attorney's office capable of defending the county in this lawsuit? Is it the civil division that would do this? I would think. I'm not sure who I'm asking.
We are capable of doing that, yes.
So the DA is capable of defending the county. So to me, we start there. And these people are salaried, they're here, and we save $250,000 at the outset. So that's good to hear. Because when you look at their first invoice and you look at this contract, it looks like PILF is fleecing the county because contracts, again, should specifically separate the partners from the other regular hourly the partners, the attorneys, the paralegals, and all of that. As far as I can tell, everybody gets the same rate. The paralegal gets the same as a partner. I don't know. It looks like a horrible play here. And another question I have for Chandler: why So the PILF contracts have kind of been all over the agenda. So this one is under, what's it under?
It's under admin.
Admin.
Yes, ma'am.
And previously it was under a county judge.
So there's a little explanation there. So originally this was on the June 17th agenda under the county judge, because it was the county judge that brought this item forth. Before, we didn't know we weren't having a meeting last time, attending the meeting, we got a notice from one of the court members saying that they were actually going to have to leave early and they wanted to be able to vote on this item. So because of that, we moved it up in the agenda under my section in order to do that. We did ask the DA before we did that to make sure that the placement of the item wasn't germane to its outcome, and the DA's office advised us that as long as it is on the agenda, where it is placed on the agenda is not really germane.
Okay, thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
answering that
Yes, ma'am.
question. I'm done.
Okay. All right, if there are no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. Brings us to item 10A2, which is consideration of the initial guaranteed maximum price amendment between Tarrant County Hospital District and Austin Commercial LP for the new hospital addition project. Do we have a motion to approve this, or any questions from the court?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion here? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item A3, consideration to adopt an ordinance prohibiting solid waste disposal and processing in certain areas of Tarrant County.
Move for approval.
Second.
I'm sorry, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion?
I just have a comment before we vote. I want to thank the thousands of citizens from the Silver Creek area that brought these types of concerns forward over the past several years. In Tarrant County, we are committed to preserving the quality of life for all of our citizens here in the county, and I think this is a big step to accomplishing that goal. So I want to thank those particular citizens out there in the Silver Creek communities that brought this to the court for our awareness.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us to item A4, consideration to appoint Tarrant County's designated delegate and first alternate to the 2025 National Association of Counties Conference and Exposition. I'll make a motion to appoint Commissioner Ramirez as the delegate and Commissioner Miles as the alternate delegate.
A second.
We have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 5, consideration of out-of-state travel requests. I will move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. A6 was passed in consent. So now we move to from consent, B3. B3 is from the auditor's section, removed from consent. Receive and file the auditor's report for the cash and other remittances control review of the sheriff's office. We have one speaker. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval.
Second.
No, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion from the commissioners before we bring up our speaker? All right, our speaker is Bishop Kirkland.
Anything that has to do with this current sheriff's office, this current sheriff's department, is suspect to us. Anything. And when you look at the agenda item, it's so ambiguous. I would like to see the citizens have something to view to let us know exactly what it is. It concerns me when I see cash and remittance. I'm just concerned. It is so sad. It is a sad commentary, commissioners and judge, that we've come to a place where you in this sheriff's department, our trust in you is so eroded until we question every single thing that has to do with the sheriff's department. In the words of the Marines, that's piss poor.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item C4, also from consent, which is budget and risk management, item C4. Consideration to submit a resolution to the Office of the Texas Secretary of State to request Help America Vote Act formula grant funds. I will move to approve that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion before speaker? Bishop Kirkland.
See, I'm feeling better. Good to be here again, Judge, Commissioners. Why we get all this money from these people? We got all this money over in Chapter 19 funds as it relates to the voting. Yet your efforts, your doings have severely hampered the ideal of fair play when it comes to voting. All of this money that we've got in Chapter 19 and that we're getting from the feds to ensure Help America Vote. What does our commissioners do? Make it impossible for some of the citizens of Arlington to have an opportunity to vote. They give us the money. The money is there. In the words of old folk, it ain't even our money. They've given us money to encourage, to help, to assist people to vote, and you people take that opportunity to vote.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we have item F1, consideration of additional funding for outside counsel Taylor Olson Adkins, Strahl, and Elam for litigation expenses in the amount of $15,000 for the defense of former Tarrant County employee Jonathan Nymoen in a lawsuit entitled Anthony Johnson Sr. versus Tarrant County.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion before bringing up speakers? Okay, Bishop Kirkland is first. Following Bishop Kirkland is Carla Palomares.
As usual, we are writing an open-faced check. Again, I call them that because there's no set amount in the amount box. It is a bottomless pit. KLIF reported November 13, 2024, that this court approved $370,000 in funding for outside legal representation for the 9 jailers. By December 3rd, 2024, according to Cody, and I trust his math, we were at $800K. In Cody's article, he reminded us that the largest chunk of that money, that $800K, was dedicated to the $775K to the family of Kelly Maston. Kelly was the woman with intellectual disability. Miss Maston was in a coma and was covered in bruises after a 10-day stint in the Tarrant County Jail. Ladies and gentlemen, this $15K is what I call politricking. Politics with tricks. You say $15K, but the reality of this is we've spent a whole lot more. So you come in here and you nickel and dime us 15, 20, 30K at a time, while on the back end, this number keeps growing. We just want you to ask for what you really want. Tell us what it's gonna cost us. Quit playing these hide-and-seek games with numbers, and quit saying these little minuscule numbers like 15K when you know how much money we've spent and how much money you're going to continue to spend. But you, just like a good magician, you keep talking. By the same times, we're paying attention to your words, but we're not paying attention to what you're doing with your hands. And what you're doing with your hands is going into our taxpayers' dollars. Thank you very much. I love it.
Is Ms. Palomares present? All right, next we have Tanner Trask. Following Mr. Trask, we have Charles Bills.
Morning again.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Oh, yeah, afternoon, actually. Thank you. I just want to echo what's already been said. So much of our tax dollars have already been used on this case and related cases. Too many people have died in Tarrant County jails lately, and that any additional funding, any additional tax dollars that we want to spend on this, I believe should instead be directed to settlement of the victims and fully investigating any other deaths that have happened in the county jail and preventing any further deaths. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Bills present? Following Mr. Bills, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Every time this Anthony Johnson case comes up, it reminds me that the district attorney has yet to prosecute the man, Mr. Simmons, who sprayed pepper spray directly into Anthony Johnson Jr.'s mouth. And also, there's no prosecuting of all the people that stood around and did nothing.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Mr. Blackwell. Following Mr. Blackwell is Linda Hanratty.
Judge O'Hare, I rise to voice my strong opposition to divert any taxpayer funds to the defense of the county employee who contributed to the murder of our comrade, Anthony Johnson Jr. Tarrant County taxpayers played no role in Mr. Johnson's murder. Therefore, not one red cent should come from taxpayers to defend this employee. And I say again, to add insult to injury, the family of Mr. Johnson Jr. are taxpayers also here in Tarrant County. To ask the Johnson family to contribute to the defense of the employee who has been accused of participating in their loved one's murder is disgusting and disrespectful. So I'm counting on you guys and young lady to do the right thing. Reject any amount of money to defend the people who killed this Marine. You are an advocate for the veterans, is that correct? I attended one of your programs out there. Where is your voice? Where is your vote? Where is your reaching out to this family and trying to soothe their pain instead of contributing to it with your silence? You cannot, Mr. Ramirez, pick and choose which veteran you're going to help. If you're not going to help all veterans, don't help any of them. That's not the Marine Corps way. We are Semper Fidelis. We're always faithful to our comrades. And let me tell you something else. Once a Marine, always a Marine. So if you're not going to support us in our time of need, then don't do anything at all. That's hypocritical. I stand firmly with the Johnson family in requesting that this consideration be denied unanimously.
Ms. Hanratty. Following Ms. Hanratty is Joe Palmer.
Linda Hanratty, I'm again talking about money. I'm assuming that this request is the one that was first placed on the agenda on June 3rd, because there was one with that amount. I've been trying to keep track of this. It isn't easy, and you all haven't helped us in that regard. So we all have different numbers about exactly how much has been spent on the Anthony Johnson case. But we don't need to spend any more. We are asking again as taxpayers that you settle this case once and for all and stop the bleeding of all the money. My numbers show $715,000 if we add this additional $15,000, but everybody else has a different number, and I'm not sure what it is, but the taxpayers need to know, because it's our money, not your money, our money, and we're tired of paying money to a court that says it's conservative, but when it comes to spending money to hurt people, apparently that's okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Palmer.
Joe Palmer, Republican voter. From this point forward, I'm asking that the total amount of money paid to each law firm regarding the respective in-custody deaths be included in the agenda item language.
Yes.
I would also like you to not pay any more money to these law firms. I would like you to settle. I'm just going to add my voice to those of others who have asked you for that. This is an opportunity to see what side you fall on. When you run for office, you say, vote for me, I'm going to be your voice. I'm going to be for the people, for the people, for the people. Nobody ever says, vote for me, I'm going to get in there and I'm going to defend the machine. I'm going to defend the county apparatus. This is one of the things that I really dislike about going to Fort Worth ISD board meetings. I would like to think that I could come to this Republican-controlled body and have a better experience. I don't have any information coming out of this body giving me explanations of why these things are being voted on. Give me some explanation, have some discussion. This makes sense because fill in the blank.
Yeah.
How long is this going to continue? Please settle with these families and please demonstrate from the dais the reforms that are being implemented in the jails. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that's all we have signed up to speak to this one. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court members?
You know, can I just make one point? Mr. Cradaville, tell me if I'm wrong on this. The county has to pay these legal costs. We cannot not pay these legal costs. So I get some of the frustration and why do you continue to pay these bills? Why do you continue to do this? But from my understanding, the county has to provide this representation to these employees. Am I correct on that, Mr. Cradaville?
The county must provide legal representation, yes.
So even if we all decided not to pay these bills, I'm pretty sure we would get a court order pretty soon saying you have to pay these bills. So I hear this in most of our meetings. Why do you continue to do this? Why do you continue to do this? We do it because we are legally obligated to do it. So I just wanted to make that point of clarification. I wanted to make sure I was right before I said that, but hopefully that gives you a little bit more of a window into why we keep bringing this up. We keep voting on it because we have to do that.
Can I ask a question? Is it possible to show the residents that policy where we have to pay for legal representation of county employees, just so that it's not just them hearing us say it, they can actually read it and see it and get the justification for it?
Commissioner, there's a statute that requires that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I will get it to you right now. Once I have it, I will tell you the citation to it.
Thank you.
Well, that's a good point. And even in the court communication pursuant to this statute.
All right, any other comments from the court members? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. With no further discussion, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-1. Next up, we have item H1, which is consideration of real estate contracts for the purchase of real property located at 312 Porter Drive and 1001 and 1005 Scotland Avenue in Azle, Texas.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. is there something you would like to say? No. Okay. Do we have any speakers on this one?
No.
Okay. All right, there's no speakers on that item, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court?
I have two questions for maybe you that I forgot to ask you yesterday when we had a good conversation. How is the land valuation determined?
Sure. You're talking about the fair market value?
Yes.
The cost? It's done by a combination of factors, property characteristics, location, the market, the current market, similar properties. All of that brings a fair market value together.
Oh, okay. And I don't have those notes. I was going to give you the price per acre, but I don't have those notes. And so I have a question for the administration or Commissioner Ramirez. Azle is so close to that Parker County line. You're going to make sure it serves the area equitably, right?
Yeah, the reason why this site was selected by the maintenance staff, facilities, et cetera, right now our maintenance facility, our primary maintenance facility is in Saginaw, which is quite a distance away from the bulk of our unincorporated roads that we work on daily.
Okay.
This new location is right in the middle of roughly 80% of our unincorporated roads. And so we're going to save substantial costs on fuel, setup, tear down time, et cetera. It's much further from any of the other places, but it makes the most sense for a maintenance facility so that we don't have to waste gas, et cetera, to get to our work sites every single day. Yes, this is all, and these unincorporated roads, this unincorporated part of the county has no designs on being incorporated into any municipality in the next 20 to 30 years. The Parker County line adjacent to it, that's all unincorporated as well. And so no cities are moving in on the Parker County side either. So I work actually pretty closely with the county commissioner out there in coordination with projects that they're doing right on the line in Parker County, because we go all the way out to the Springtown border right there. So the land is very convenient to serve the citizens out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else have anything? All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. With no further discussion, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item H2, which is consideration of a letter of intent to Stillwater Capital LLC for the purchase of 6 acres of land located at the northwest corner of Heritage Parkway and Regency Parkway.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? I have one question for you. I think this is at least the 4th time this has been on the agenda. Can you bring us options for whatever money is earmarked about what that money can be used for, including but not limited to the pay down of any debt on any of our outstanding bonds to save taxpayers' money?
Are you talking about the budget that's available for the land and construction of the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse?
Yes.
That line? Okay.
Yes. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item.
Judge, I think, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got you. Any further discussion or any discussion before we bring up our one public commenter?
I have a couple questions, I reckon. So on the facilities, we've had discussions about the new Mansfield Courthouse, replacing the old one because it's in disrepair. Perhaps it needs renovation or could have used renovation, but they said that the most viable option is a full replacement. My question is, with redistricting now and the population balance and how that works, is it's still viable for Precinct 2 to operate 2 sub-courthouses? As you know, I operate one. So my question is it still viable to operate Arlington and Mansfield, or is the population of Mansfield getting so great to where perhaps if there could be one centrally located that could consolidate services? Is that a study we've done? I mean, I certainly think that we want to get to a place where we can support an efficient option here. I just don't know if it's been re-looked at since the precinct boundaries have changed, and if or if that's what we need to have staff do, is to take a look at it. And you don't have to answer that. I could ask facilities if they need to.
So we can ask facilities, but I can guarantee you it has not been looked at since redistricting went into effect a couple of weeks ago. They did do analysis years ago. And Helen, do you know how much money is in that account for the land acquisition and the construction of a new Mansfield sub-courthouse?
Approximately $28 million.
$28 million. So, but to answer your question about the having one location, that's not feasible. That area, Mansfield, Arlington, Grand Prairie is right there. Grand Prairie may have moved to Precinct 1, but the people are still there. It is a very, very dense area. And so having one big or one sub-courthouse is not feasible for Southeast Tarrant County.
Well, I think when we look at, so I was on the board of the DMV, and, I can't say the exact percentage of what the volume of visitors to some courthouses is for, but I'll say the vast majority, especially in Precinct 4, is for auto registrations and things like that, working with the tax office personnel in these courthouses. I know that there's substantial improvements in technology, and there's some pilots across the state where potentially the volume of visitors will go down in the future when it comes to the tax office specific. Now, we're still going to have to operate JP courts. You're still going to have constables. You're still going to have services there, passport services, et cetera, clerks. But the bulk of the traffic, I can see. That's why when I was asked if we needed a second one in Precinct 4, our volume is right up there with all the other precincts. It's just in one, I don't think future forward, heck, it probably wouldn't be built by the time some of these technologies got rolled out in the next 5 to 10 years. But again, that doesn't change your equation being in a building that's needs to get replaced.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I would hope that over the next couple of weeks or month or whatever, we could have staff take a look at the new map, the balance, and see if that's still the most feasible solution that they came up with several years ago.
Well, again, the people are still there. They may have a new commissioner, new precincts, but they're still there. So, and that area is growing. Of course, the Mansfield sub-courthouse continues to decline structurally. You guys redistricted based on, population growth, and it's growing. Since the last assessment in 2017, there have been 9 years of growth. Population growth, again, was the argument for redistricting. So I really fail to understand why there is an issue with building a new sub-courthouse in Mansfield. We have the land continues to be available, and funds are specifically allocated and earmarked for this project. I've heard the excuse that the proposed location is close to the county line, and it's 1 mile from the current courthouse. And so it needs to happen, not for me, but for our constituents. It is the smallest sub-courthouse in Tarrant County. And again, it's in disrepair. I'm not sure why, I've said this before, I'm not sure why this has to be made political or anything like that. I just don't know how we continue to deny the residents of the far southeastern region of our county access to quality and efficient services. With regard to technology, yeah, that'll come, but this county isn't the most progressive when it comes to adopting technology. We still have SAP or whatever that is. So let's do what's right for the constituents in Southeast Tarrant County. Let's go ahead and get this land purchased while the pricing is still decent, and it's going to cost more to try to refurbish, rehab that sub-courthouse than to build another one. We have heard those presentations from our county staff over and over and over again. And power is out at the Mansfield sub-courthouse as we speak. I mean, we continue to have problems out there. So I hope you all will consider this for the residents of Southeast Tarrant County. Thank you.
So I will make a few comments on, since the question keeps getting raised, why anyone would be opposed to this. Dallas County has one sub-courthouse, and it's the almost, I think within 3 or 4 square miles, it's the same square miles as Tarrant County. And they do it with one. I hate to break it to you guys, but if y'all bring a plan forward to try to build a new sub-courthouse in 3, I will vote against it. If you bring a new one to bring one in 4, I will vote against it. And I don't think because a building has problems that you decide to build a new building. This building has problems, and then we go do things to retrofit it and change things. I believe technology is far more advanced and can be used to manage lines and things of the sort. I don't believe it's a good use of taxpayer dollars when there's a building sitting there to go spend what we think, I think I saw one estimate, it could be $50 million to build this. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer money. Even if it's $28 million, I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer money. And we've already voted here multiple times to fix things and repair things. And you can continue to do that like every other building and every other house that exists literally in the United States of America. When they age, things happen, and you go remodel them, and you go do things different. For me, it's not partisan. You can keep saying it is. It just isn't. They're my voters too, and I don't believe it's the right use of taxpayer dollars. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. I just don't think it is. And it's not because of you. And it's not because of Republican, Democrat. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer dollars, and I think that's a reasonable position to take.
Well, if we look at being fiscally responsible, paying for repairs year after year after year, that building became operational in 2020. It's 2025. So you waste money with a facility that is crumbling, that really was not built on sound foundation in the first place. I talked to Commissioner Fickus about this when he was here, and I said, let me tell you the problems with this building. And he said, oh dear, I can tell you the problems with this building. We never should have built it on that land. It was unstable land. So why would you, so we're gonna slap Band-Aids, spend money on expensive Band-Aids for 50 years just because the building exists? At some point we have to be smart about it. We replace end-of-life equipment and processes here all the time. And so these buildings do get to end of life, and we've got to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars, buy the land while we can, build a thing now, and give the citizens what they need out there, or keep paying for these expensive Band-Aids.
All right, any other comments from the court members? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Please cast your vote. All right, it fails 2-3. All right, next we have item, I believe that's H3, which is consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from Afterburners Toastmasters Club. Did we vote before I did a speaker again? My apologies.
I don't know if they're here.
I will move. Is Ms. Cardoza here? Okay. I will move to, how do you do this, Mark?
Rescind?
You reconsider is what I would recommend here.
And it has to come from the prevailing party, does it not? Okay.
The second does not, the motion does.
Okay, I will move to rescind our previous vote.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. On the motion to rescind the previous vote. All right, that passes 5-0. Now, my apologies to you, ma'am, Ms. Joanna Cardoza.
Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I used to be a resident of Precinct 2. Found out yesterday that I am now in Precinct 1. Very sad about that. I am here today to speak in support of the purchase of land for a new sub-courthouse in Southeast Tarrant County. Southeast Tarrant County is seeing a huge influx of new residents, putting a strain and constraint on the current courthouse's ability to provide timely services to the residents of that community. Mansfield Independent School District has seen the majority of student population growth from the southeastern area of the district. The city of Mansfield and other cities in that area have seen a huge increase in new housing development as well. Commercial development in the area is booming, creating new market share opportunities for businesses, sports venues, healthcare providers, and new tax revenue for local taxing entities. Like any other property in a hot market, the land value will continue to increase, therefore costing taxpayers more money, and the opportunity to purchase the land could be lost to a developer the longer the county takes to take action. I will say that I was at the Arlington Sub-Courthouse yesterday, and technology doesn't always work and is efficient for the county taxpayer. I arrived around 4 o'clock and I was not able to renew my vehicle registration, so I'm going to take care of that today. So if I would have, I don't know if it affected the whole county or if it was just the Arlington Sub-Courthouse. If I would have known, I would have probably driven to the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse because I live closer to that one, and I consider I live in South Arlington, so technology doesn't always work, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like to remake your motion?
Yes, I move approval of this contract.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the contract. Any more discussion before we vote? All right, please cast your votes. All right, fails 2-3. My apologies for skipping over our speaker.
Ms. Cardoza, you can do your registration right downstairs. Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Next up is item H3, which is consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from Afterburners Toastmasters Club 6191 to use the Tarrant County Plaza building for after-hours meetings. I have a couple of questions on this. I don't know who's the one that would answer it. So I see that the county is paying for, what is it, almost $5,000 for the rest of this year and $3,800 for the rest of the next year. Who is part of this Toastmasters Club?
Part of HR.
No.
Is this just a random group coming in, wants to use this building, and we're paying all this money so they can use this building?
Well, they've been with us for quite some time, and I know that they do leadership type training.
Is this something through HR?
It is not. Okay. It is an outside organization that uses our building but does training for the outside and also Tarrant County employees.
Do they pay for this stuff? Or do we just, the sheriff's department's budget pays for this?
Well, the sheriff's department budget is only because they're after hours. That's where that's showing.
That's an expense. There is no, they do not pay for the use of the building.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about the Toastmasters Club, don't know who runs it, don't know who goes to it, don't know if it's 4 people or 400 people, I have no idea. My question is, if you do this for them, then anybody else that comes up and says, I'd like to use it, well then, are we not doing it for them? And then the next one, and the next one? And I would have no problem with it if they were reimbursing through membership dues or something of that sort, the county. I just don't, this just seems like this is a slippery slope that maybe no one has tried to take advantage of so far or used so far, but I'm not sure if you say yes to this and then the next one comes up, how do you say no to that one? And then once it's 20, how do you say no? Are we now having a policy where we're just letting people come in and use and we'll pay for law enforcement? Is there something I'm missing here? I'm fishing here for answers.
So I was trying to look at one thing on the court communication, but to answer your second question first, staff certainly doesn't make this decision on how facilities are used. We just put the information together and bring it to the court for their consideration. I thought I'm looking quickly, I thought someone had mentioned, don't they offer memberships to county employees at no cost?
Yes.
Okay,
well, that's a little different.
We do not pay for education.
What they offer as an offset to the cost is they offer our employees membership in the group at no additional cost.
Okay, do we know how many employees take advantage of that?
I do not.
I don't know that.
We don't know if it's 1 or 40. Okay. So, do we promote this Toastmasters Club through HR?
Yes, we send out the flyer so that people know about it and know when the meetings are. And I'll see if I can get you some numbers while we're sitting here, on participation.
All right. I think, you got something?
Just ever so briefly. I've had the opportunity to present my strategic plan for IT in front of a group of Toastmasters County employees that are part of the Toastmasters, and there were approximately 20 people in the room at the time. Overlap, that's right.
Okay. But we don't know if, so you can't tell me if it's 19 people from outside and 1 employee. Okay. Oh.
So the county, throughout our facilities, don't we have community rooms, correct? We have community rooms.
There are several multi-purpose rooms that are available in the county for use. Most of them are just used for internal purposes. If an external group does want to use one, that's when this facility use request comes before the court.
Right, and so the community rooms or multi-use, multi-purpose rooms are open and available for the community to reserve for meetings.
Not to reserve, well, they would have to go through this process.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yes.
But they're open for the community.
Right, so we have, per the policy, we have it set up so if someone wants to make application to the county to use one of our facilities, either for the incurred fees or no cost. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
But they're community rooms, and groups, nonprofits can come in and say, hey, we'd like to use the community room at Precinct 4 sub-courthouse.
That's correct.
And it's been that way for how long?
For this one, it's 2010.
Okay, but the county's had community rooms. All right, so
I'm sorry.
It's not, I mean, his questions were as if this is something new, but it's not. The county's always made available rooms for community groups to meet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think my question was, is this something new? I don't recall voting on anything like this where we allow an outside group to come in and then we pay for, I guess, sheriff's overtime to allow them to come in there. I'm not aware of that. Maybe that has been on the agenda before and I don't remember it.
So it depends on the group. Some groups ask us to waive the fees.
Yeah, don't we normally, we make them pay the cost? Isn't that kind of the norm?
It depends, but yes, a lot of times this court, since the facilities use policy has gone into effect, has asked that the individuals wanting to use the room pay the fees.
Okay. But we have no idea. I mean, if it's a thing the employees use and it's a good perk for the employees, I'm okay with it. We have no data of any kind whatsoever how many use it.
We're working on it. I hope to get something to you here shortly.
Would anybody be opposed to, I was going to do a recess as soon as this one is over. Is there anyone here on the dais opposed to taking it now and then getting information when we get back?
Oh, no.
Okay. Let's, so we'll go into our recess now and reconvene on that item. It's 1:06. We'll be back at, I'll say 1, because of what's sitting there waiting for you. We'll be back at 1:20. We're in recess till 1:20. Yep. I may not have given enough time. I saved some of my rabbit food.
I forgot. You're all in, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
I bet I've dropped 12 pounds.
You can tell.
Yeah.
It all comes through.
You can see it right here. Yeah. I'm gonna win the.
I was about to make a joke. I'll tell you afterwards. Good luck. Listen, we have to have age categories.
Okay, we are back from recess with the all-important Toastmasters questions to be answered. And we have how many members of this Toastmasters Club that are Tarrant County residents?
We have...
Tarrant County employees, I'm sorry.
We have approximately 20 that attend per week. It's an annual membership of $120. We would need about 38 participants to offset that cost.
Is this something that you think is worth promoting more than we currently promote it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And I'm okay with it. Anybody else have any questions on it? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. Manny, not a Toastmaster fan? All right, 5-0.
Now he's going to blame you for that.
He was quick on the draw, though. I'm like,
all right, passes unanimously. Next, we go to K8 from consent. And I don't know what it is. K8 is consideration of changes to the table. Am I reading the right one?
K3 first from consent.
Oh, we got to go to K3. Really? Did I write that down?
He came back.
Oh, that was that one. Got it. All right. K3. All right, what is K3? K3 is consideration of salary administration guidelines revisions. All right, do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion?
Yes. I am against this change because this is phase 1 of 2 that will cut staff and their jobs, their income of current employees from my office and Commissioner Miles' office. And it's exactly what Commissioner Miles stated during redistricting when he was concerned about staff cuts. The density of the population and economic infrastructures of precincts 2 and 1 is vastly different from that of precincts 3 and 4, making this proposal not feasible and another attempt to sacrifice residents for unrealistic campaign promises. The phase 2 of this only saves just over $293,000 total across all the commissioners' offices. And so the value of services of my staff, that my staff provides, is worth so much more than having my staff cut. So this is phase 1 of a 2-phase project, a proposal where all of our staffs would be, staff sizes would be limited to 5 people. And I think I have 8. So I'm not interested in cutting my staff in a precinct that is now spread out. So instead of being compact right there in southeast Tarrant County, it goes from Arlington to Crowley to Burleson to Benbrook. And to service those constituents, is going to take the amount of staff I have, and it would take more if we were all concerned about constituent services and concerns. So I'm opposed to this phase 1 of this salary administration guidelines.
And I'm going to support phase 1 because my understanding in the conversations that I've had with the administrator and HR director and budget is that uncoupling the precinct administrators or executive administrators in my instance and community outreach coordinators from my salary makes them eligible for raises every year, 3 to 6%. And to Commissioner Simmons' point, my staff works really hard, and I think that they should be eligible to be able to get, if they earn it, the full measure of those raises. So that's why I'm supporting phase 1.
All right, any other comments from the court members?
Yes, and so just to, or maybe you can clarify, but my understanding is I think you want to uncouple our salaries, our top staff salaries, our percentage of our salaries.
That's correct.
And I think the commissioner's concern is if we vote against giving ourselves salary increases, then our staff members won't get increases. Is that
That's
correct?
And I think Commissioner Miles had a personal story about this happening in the past.
And does it have to, even though is the term coupled with, even though my community outreach coordinators, their salaries are coupled with mine, where does it say that if we vote not to give ourselves a raise, they don't get a raise? I mean, do you have to decouple?
Yes, we need to decouple these positions.
Do you have to for them to get a raise if we vote against giving ourselves a raise?
So the way that it works now, yes, we would have to decouple this, and that's why this is phase 1.
And so if we don't vote to give ourselves a raise, will they get any type of increase? A bonus, a 3%?
No.
So it's not like if we have staff members or employees who are topped out and they can't get the regular, they get an evaluation, they're eligible for a 4% raise, but because they're at the top of their range, they can't get a raise. But don't they get a bonus or something, or cost of living?
I think there's a little differentiation is that we have an unclassified position and we have a classified position, and those are handled a little bit differently, and the timing of that merit increase would be handled differently. It's your unclassifieds that would not receive the raise because they're connected to you. The classified positions fall into the merit pool, and that happens annually, unless they're at the top of the range, and then it would be a one lump sum that would be given to them.
Okay, that's where I was getting to. So if you're at the top of your range, not our employees, but county employees, if you've topped out, you will get that
One time.
once a year, one time.
Yes, ma'am.
What's it called?
Lump sum.
Lump sum. So those employees coupled with us, if we don't give ourselves a raise.
The unclassifieds that are coupled with you, if you don't give yourself a raise, they would not receive a raise.
Okay. Okay.
All right, any other comments from the court members? All right, we have a motion and a second to pass this item. Please cast your vote. All right, it passes 4-1. Next up, we have K8, which is consideration of changes to the table of organization medical examiner's office. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court members before we bring up speakers? All right, first we have Bishop Kirkland, then Ms. Cox, I believe, has notified us that she has left. So our only speaker will be Bishop Kirkland.
I want to go on record saying that Mr. Mark Smiley does an excellent job in the recovery of the remains of the deceased in Tarrant, Denton, Parker, and Collins County. My remarks are not directed at him or nor are they directed at our chief medical examiner. We have an excellent chief medical examiner. Any changes that we can make or whatever we can do to make this office more proficient, we must do it. I want to see the organizational chart that flows all the way from the chief medical examiner down to a mayoral clerk. It takes entirely too long for the average remains of a person that passes away in any of the aforementioned counties to remove from the place of their demise. In some cases, it takes even longer for the body to be released to local mortuaries. I know that because my son owns a mortuary. My classmate, Demetra Thompson, recently passed away. She laid in her living room floor from 8:30 to almost 1 a.m. with all of her children and her grandchildren. Completely bonkers the whole entire time. Whatever we have to do to help our chief medical examiner, any tool, and I'll take this opportunity to just beg of you, whatever that office needs. We're the 11th largest city in America. It's enough for Tarrant County, but then you guys in Parker and Collin and Denton, these bodies are lying on the ground way too long. And let me go on record to say, you know, Mr. Ramirez, that how tension builds in adverse situations where these bodies are still there. Whatever we can do for our chief AME, let's do it. This time, I think I'm on your side.
Wait, what? You get 4 minutes this time. Come back up here.
Quick before he changes his mind.
I have a question. So these positions are not really defined. Outreach and disposition. What does that mean? And are these duties being conducted now in the county?
So Dr. Crowns was around somewhere.
Back there.
I'll have him speak to to what the positions will be used for. But to answer your second question, we currently have a bifurcated system when it comes to the deceased pauper policy. We have the Human Services group that's handling a portion of it. We have the medical examiner's office that's handling a portion of it. What we found is when we originally introduced this several months ago with the advent of the cancellation of the UNTHSC contract, we kind of went back to what we were doing beforehand with regards to that. We've now had several months under this agreement, under this bifurcated system, and what we believe now is that it would actually be better housed under one to more effectively execute the policy and the statutory obligations of the court.
So from which department?
Human Services.
Human Services.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to the ME's office.
Right. And they've already worked together in tandem on this. The idea is just to bring it under one individual, being the chief medical examiner.
Okay. So how many people in Human Services are currently performing duties that have to do with the deceased paupers?
Do you know that?
No. There's no position, one position dedicated to doing this.
Okay. Somebody's doing it. So they do Human Services work, they help people with rental assistance or utility assistance, and employee Susie Q helps with rental assistance and also does the deceased paupers. Correct? It's part of her job description. And then Joe Blow, same thing. How many people are kind of dedicated to the deceased paupers?
I don't know if anybody's dedicated to it. I would call it one of those other duties as assigned. It's a role that we put onto Human Services because that's who previously actually handled it before we did the agreement with UNTHSC. So it's kind of a shared responsibility, I believe, under a pool of people in Human Services. So I don't know if there's any, as Helen said, there's no dedicated position to fulfilling this right now. It's really a shared responsibility of everyone within the department.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Is anyone going to lose their job over in Human Services because these positions are being created?
There are no
Will positions go away?
There are no positions directly tied to this program in Human Services. So in a sense, we're taking the roles and responsibilities that were in the shared area of Human Services and placing them over under the medical examiner's office. There's no dedicated positions in Human. Go ahead.
Yeah, but dedicating specific positions in the MA's office.
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody's going to lose their job in the transition of these duties to the medical examiner's office, yes or no?
I do not believe so. Is that correct?
Not correct. Not today. No.
What was that, Helen?
Not in this court communication. There is no elimination of positions. In this court communication, there's no elimination.
I know it's not in the court communication, but if one department was doing the work and you're moving the work to another department, well, I'm just asking, will anybody lose their jobs with this vote in Human Services?
No, no one will lose their jobs with this vote. Adding these positions to the medical.
Ooh, that was hard to get to, but I was probably asking it the wrong way, so, okay.
Thank you, Doctor, for the work you do. We appreciate you.
See ya.
This is K8. I believe we have a motion and a second on this item, do we not?
We do.
Okay. Any further discussion on this before voting? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to M1, which is an annual contract for e-messaging and notifications. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next, we have M2. We do have a speaker on this one. This is construction manager at risk for Cold Springs Jail renovation. Do we have a motion here?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion from the court before speaker? Okay, read bills.
In the past few months, there have been several agenda items relating to expansion of jail services, including construction projects and hiring personnel from a private provider. I think it is time to reveal the county's plans for Cold Springs facility to the tax-paying public. The sheriff has agreed with the people who have come before you that we should be working toward decreasing the jail population. We were able to absorb the inmates from the private prison in Garza into our county jails without opening Cold Springs to do so. Who then will be housed in Cold Springs when it becomes a medium security facility? Who will guard the incarcerated inmates? Why are we increasing our capacity instead of looking for alternatives to jail? Taxpayers want answers.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item M2. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passage unanimously. Now, I will make a motion. Feel free to take your time and look through this. I'll make a motion to approve items M3 through M23.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I have questions on 6 and 8.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and ask them.
Okay. Or comments. On item M6, for security guard, contract security guard services countywide. I'm okay with this, except for over at the Mental Health Diversion Center. I'd prefer to have sheriff's deputies over there instead of security guards. How can we make that happen? Nobody's ever here.
I think it was the reason why we have the contractor over there was to free up officers for the detention center.
Are these detention officers or deputies?
Chief Driscoll here to
Okay, great.
assist.
Judge, Commissioners, your question again, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Over at the
Diversion Center.
Diversion Center, thank you. It seems to me we should have sworn people over there instead of contract security, is my thought.
Well, the problem is, and the reason we moved towards that is that we're short in judicial, and that's where they come from. So it took 8 deputies away from judicial. When Helen can help me previously, they were paid by
ARPA.
Yeah, ARPA. So when that went out, we had to move them back. Basically, we'd have 8 judicial deputies now out there when we need them downtown. I'm short like 37 deputies in courts. Sometimes we're saying no to judges. So getting those 8 deputies back was very helpful. And now since that time through attrition, we're in a kind of a worse spot. We had a meeting this past Monday with Mark Tittle and the other people. And Mark, in the last year that the current company's been out there, we haven't had any complaints. We're constantly in contact. We still have oversight in case something happens, but we've not had any incidents.
Yeah, they can call you for response. So.
Right. So we urge the court to please, just because I don't know how we're going to staff it.
Okay.
We had to go back to it.
Thank you for answering the question.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Uh-huh.
So, one reason why I thought we had security out there in lieu of sheriff's deputies was because these folks are technically not in custody at that point, right? It was more of a softer health care center for folks as an alternative. I thought that was one of the reasons why we had security anyways.
Okay.
I don't know if that's still the point or not.
So what I can speak for Mr. Tittle, what he said on Monday is that they do. They do prefer not aggressive people, deputies. It takes a certain type of security guard. The ones they have in place, they don't need them unless they're called. And the staff is very good about handling most incidents. And it's just once in the blue moon that sometimes the deputies, or in this case, the security guards, have to help out physically. Like I say, the last year, we haven't been called.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that M6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions on the M8?
Yeah. No, I did. And those got answered in my office. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I do. So this skip tracing software for elections, is this a recurring contract? Is this, we've always done this? Yes. I called you last night, Clint. You didn't call me back, so.
Actually, ma'am, I called Gabe this morning and
I know, I called you like at 6, but it wasn't even late, but okay, so we wouldn't be here.
Yes, ma'am. No, this is not a renewal of a contract that we've always done. This is new.
Okay, how do we identify, is there a problem? People move like.
Yes, there's a problem in verifying all the data on our voter rolls, 1.3 million, keeping up to date with everybody's addresses, deceased voters, right? We only get a list from the county clerk's office if that person is deceased in Tarrant County, but we don't have anything that checks nationally. So if you're a resident in Tarrant County, but you passed away on vacation in Florida, we don't know to take you off our voter rolls. Or if you are, we don't know if your address is a commercial address versus a residential address. All this is, that I understand the name is a little odd, that's just what the community calls this. We use the companies, a lot of them are like credit companies and their databases, so they have access to the NCOA and all the registration databases, physical databases, so we will provide them a copy of our voter registrations. They bounce that off of these various databases, death records, and then they report back to us, here's the people that no longer live where they said they lived. Here's the people that have deceased. Here's people, these addresses are commercial addresses, not resident addresses. Then that gives us the opportunity to reach out through written notification to these individuals. Have you really moved? Have you not? And it allows us, if we don't get any response, we put these individuals on suspense, and it helps maintain our voter rolls at a level I can't do right now. And so it gives us an access to a lot of information that we don't have access to right now to make sure that the information on our voter rolls is as accurate as possible.
Has there been a problem that the elections integrity unit identified an issue? How is this coming up?
The issue is, it comes up every day in transactions as we're going through, and I find a voter that's been deceased for a decade that we had no idea that's been maintained on a voter rolls. It comes across when we get 14,000 challenges from the residents of different addresses because they have access to data I don't, and now we have to process all of these to try to update this. This gives our office the ability to get in front of this and keep them accurate in a more real time versus the very long process that currently exists with the lack of information that we have.
See, y'all put this stuff on the agenda. Is there a report? Is there something we can look at before we just read the court communique? Is there a report that details how this is a problem, how many addresses, how many, deceased persons, how many fake deceased persons, how many, do y'all do any reporting, tracking, analytics?
I don't have that report like that because we haven't done this yet. I haven't run back to get the feedback. I just know what we come across in doing the transactions and the things we do. The other thing is this is an opportunity to create a cost savings. This year we have to do our mass mail out. Well, all of the addresses that are not accurate, that aren't up to date, that are sitting there that we are not aware of, we're going to pay postage and mail.
How do you know it'll be a cost savings? You've not done any analytics. This is a feeling. I mean, this is,
It's not a feeling, Commissioner. I mean, we received over 14,000 challenges from the public last year. We did have to process on addresses that were not up to date in our system. And they believe the residents didn't there. It exists. It's there, and it exists in the thousands. And so what we're trying to do is be more proactive instead of making the public have to go and do all of this research to try to find this. How can we solve this problem internally to get in front of this?
How can we get some analytics about that shows that this is a problem, how long it's been a problem, some historical data? How did this come up? Why is it effective immediately? What is the execution timeline? What? You didn't put that in the court communication.
That is correct. We were just trying to purchase the software over to do this. We don't do full briefs on every single purchase that we make with data, so I didn't prepare that. I apologize. I didn't realize I was going to need all that. But what we're doing here, I understand, is new. But like I said, we have the challenges from the public, the massive lists of addresses. We understand that there are deceased voters out there that when we send out the voter registration card every year, when the spouse gets it, instead of returning it to us so we get notification, they just hang on to it. So we have no idea that this person is deceased. This gives us a way to check against these other databases to find that, and it doesn't, and I'm able to do it utilizing this company instead of trying to utilize the 14 people that I have that are thousands of transactions behind already. And it's a proactive measure to keep everything up to date.
Y'all just doing something. Okay.
All right, anything else from anybody on the court about this motion to approve M3 through 23?
Thanks for your work, Clint. Appreciate it.
Okay, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes 4-1. Next up is item M24, which is permission to take bids and RFPs. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this. Any discussion before the speakers? Nan Terry and Joe Palmer.
I'm speaking on 24E. And thank you for putting this RFP out and not waiting for the new budget year. Media reported Tarrant County Sheriff deputies fatally shot Christopher Loyo, a 19-year-old, this past spring after he allegedly attacked him with a knife as they attempted to serve a mental health warrant. I pray that the injured deputies have recovered and are doing well, and I lift up the family and friends of Christopher Loya as they learn to live without their loved one. The Sheriff's Office issued a press release after this death stating that the deputies served 427 mental health warrants and transported these taken into custody to mental health facilities last year. How many of these warrants were issued in conjunction with MHR professionals? I hope the majority were, although not for Mr. Loyo. I hope the sheriff deputies avail themselves to resources available through MHMR. The court has provided MHMR employees with bulletproof vests to accompany them for these mental health warrants. Again, I thank you for getting this RFP out. Having these body cameras will be beneficial for all of Tarrant County deputy and residents. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Palmer.
I do appreciate this being put on the agenda. I'd like to amend what I said earlier. This is interpreted as a gesture of reform in the jail, and it's great for Tarrant County to boldly go where every other major urban county in Texas has already gone before. I would just like to highlight one thing. The way it's written here, it just says deputies. It doesn't say all deputies. I don't think you could realistically give all deputies a body camera, but deputies that are in a position and a capacity to have contact with individuals in public or in the jail need to be wearing the body cameras, and we don't need any kind of gradual rollout. They all need to be wearing them ASAP. And my understanding further is that the method by which inmates receive their medication, this may be wrong, this is what I was told, is that they're in a line to receive the medication, and there needs to be a camera on that process so that we have evidence corroborating whenever the jail staffer writes down in their report whether the inmate refused the medication or if the medication was not available at that moment. That would be a place to put a camera. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is M24. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on M24 before voting? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And Commissioner Simmons, you would like to ask some questions on M12.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Why are we still putting money into the SAP platform, and is there a transition timeline for SAP's replacement ever? Have y'all thought about that?
So I can start, and then we can have Andre fill in if we need to. So the court passed an agreement with a consulting company to come in to start that analysis, and we're in the middle of that analysis right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that quite answered why we're spending money on SAP.
It didn't.
Because it's still our operating system for all of our financial transactions, everything. So we're just studying to move to a new system, but until such time, we still have to have the licenses to apply to our production system.
Okay. This is just continuing to hold the licenses while we're doing this.
Correct. It's like buying our Microsoft licenses every year for all of those products.
Okay. Any other questions on this?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So that's already passed, so no questions there. Thank you very much. And we now move to whatever is after M24, which is Q1. N took the month off. Q1, consideration of a request for variance from the Tarrant County Regulation of Communication Facility Structures. You have to announce it while playing the fiddle.
I was going to say, where's the fiddle?
Good afternoon, members of the court. So this request for variance relates to our 300-foot setback requirement from a subdivision for cell towers. The applicant did contact the one property owner that is located within that 300-foot setback and obtained a letter of consent. Our office has reviewed all other application items and determined they comply with our regulations. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions, or do we have a motion on this item?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Q1. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have item S1. Appointments to various boards and commissions.
Yes, Judge, I'd like to move to appoint Mona Puente, Ann Gebhardt, Tammy Nakamura, and Dr. Tom Schlueter to the Tarrant County Historical Commission.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments?
Yes, I have 3. To the Tarrant County Historical Commission, Maricela Armino. To the Emergency Services District 1 Board, Lieutenant Fate Jones. Don't y'all applaud. I finally applaud. And to the Tarrant County Hospital District Board, Demetria Bivens.
All right, we have a motion to appoint those 3 people to those boards without trying to repeat it all. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Is Demetria related to Gina?
No, they're friends, but no.
Different business.
All right, any other?
And I've got one more. Roger Fisher, who many know, has done incredible service to the JPS board for many years now. And so we've had a couple of conversations, but I'm going to be replacing him with an appointment. And so I moved to appoint David Mansdorfer as one of my representatives to the Tarrant County Board, JPS board. And I also really want to thank Roger for his years of dedication and service. He's done a fantastic job and appreciate that. And I think David's going to take over and do a really good job for him.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we now move to a briefing item, operational impact of Tarrant County redistricting.
Good afternoon, court members. We were asked to just put together a brief briefing, I guess I can say that, on what we've been doing since June 3rd with regards to the operational impact of redistricting. So this is set up by, or organized, I should say, kind of by department. And these so far are kind of the main departments that have been involved in some way, shape, or form with respect to the results of our June 3rd redistricting vote. So just going right in alphabetical order, we would start with budget. Budget has certainly been involved with each of the court members with regards to their fiscal 25 and fiscal 26 budgets. Most of what you're going to see on all of these departments is we're just here in a supporting role trying to help our court members out with anything they need to change, especially in the fiscal 26 budget, since those budgets were turned in before the action of the court was taken. So Helen's making sure that we are supporting our commissioners with any adjustments that they may need to make with regards to the budget. Communications, we broke this into really internal and external. Internally, the biggest thing we've been doing is reviewing the fun fact we have over 4,000 pages on our website, making sure that all 4,000 pages, if they have any reference to commissioner precincts or areas of representation, that all of those are being updated. Typically, you have a combination of IT and communications working through those together, getting with the page authors who are the ones that are responsible for the content of those pages, making sure they're aware of anything on their page that may be inaccurate so they can update those. We're also working on externally. Certainly, we're making sure, as I said, the web pages are updated. We've asked the Mayor's Council to be updated just through James whenever he has their next meeting with them. And we're also offering any assistance that any of the commissioners may need with any of their new representative areas with regards to either citizen notifications or any of the areas they represent. County auditor, this is just kind of a balloon statement of certainly the auditor's on the back end of everything with regards to payments and everything that needs to be done there with regards to assets. So we're keeping her in the loop on the front end. So basically, she can make sure that we're being taken care of on the back end. Elections has some 4 things going on as well here. So first thing is to ensure that we have single-member districts are maintained. I believe today the court approved notification to the party chairs of what some of those new districts may look like. That will come back to the court for their final approval after those party chairs have been notified of the updates. GIS is a big part of this also. GIS layers across all of our systems need to be updated. So ITD has been doing a yeoman's job of working through all those layers. Again, reaching out to support the court members on their layers, checking with transportation and elections and everyone else that has GIS layers in their systems to just make sure we have the most accurate information out there. Clint's working on his plan to update the voter registration information of the affected voters in their system, as well as drafting required notices to comply with the requirements of the voting precincts for redistricting. Facilities, also doing some GIS work through this process. We actually found one of our sub-courthouses that was slightly off of where it should have been in our GIS system, so we've corrected that, but that triggered us to go and look at all of our facility locations just to make sure that they're accurately shown, not only in the commissioner precincts, but also just on the actual map itself for anyone that may be trying to use our GIS systems to navigate to whatever facility they may be going to. Also, we're looking at all of our physical signage around all of our facilities just to make sure that everything, again, is accurate. And I think we're very close with facilities on that audit. And then at such time, if we find any inaccuracies out there, we will be sure to bring in a signage contractor and make those adjustments as needed. Fleet, again, here is really more in a supporting role for both heavy and light equipment. Certainly the court has given each commissioner the equipment and personnel they need in order to fulfill their road and bridge commissioner ex officio officer duties. Fleet stands by to assist any of the court members with any movement or transfer of equipment that they need to make. And that also, again, ties back to what Helen's been doing with regards to the budget for fiscal 26. Human resources, I think there's been a couple of employees that have just reached out saying, what does this mean? How does this work? How does this affect me from a personnel standpoint? So we've had HR just kind of on standby taking calls as needed. I don't think there's been a ton of calls, but there's certainly been a few calls, and Roxy and her team have been handling that. IT, just one more time with the GIS layers. Again, a lot of GIS layers to go through. I believe Andre let me know before court this morning they believe they've got all of those maps updated, the ones that are under ITD. Transportation has that updated as well, but we're still just making sure that everything is as it should be. And as I mentioned earlier, the web authors, we're just making sure that if we do find some inaccuracies on their page, we're letting them know so they can update the content as needed. Our IGR folks, Aaron, just really making sure, again, on the board and commission appointments that there's no conflicts out there that may be due to appointments and where districts are. Haven't found anything so far. It's just a cursory review we're doing just to make sure that all appointments are still accurate. If there is anything affected, we'll certainly make sure each commissioner is aware of that so they can resolve it as they see fit. And then certainly we're making sure that the state and federal delegations are also aware of these changes as well. Transportation's been a little busier. In addition to the GIS maps that they've worked on, we also reached out to our bond council with regards to our transportation bond that's out there just to make sure that the redistricting does not affect any of our bond covenants that we have. So far, we have not found any issues with that. Bond council has basically assured us that the redistricting that took place will not affect any of the bond covenants that are currently out there. Any of the ILAs that are put on the agenda every week, we've offered up transportation to work with the Commissioner's Office should there be anything out there that needs to be edited, realigned, or anything like that. So we're letting transportation work with our commissioners on that. Internal policies of bond funding, we're just making sure that there are no changes there. There may be funds that were allocated potentially for a project from one commissioner. It may not be in their precinct anymore, and now it could be funded by another commissioner. That we're working through those items as they come up, just to make sure that everyone's aware of the funding amount they have available, especially for discretionary projects. And then they can, again, make decisions on how they want to bring those discretionary dollars to the court for their consideration. And then finally, again, just that supporting role for all the road and bridge assets under their purview. I believe each of you, the 4 court members, or excuse me, 4 commissioners, we had GIS prepare representation for cities and ISDs. We provided updated maps on gain and removal for road and bridges that are under the purview of each of the commissioners. I believe we also provided a facilities map so you can see each district, which facilities that Tarrant County owns and operates are each in your precincts, just so you'll have that information for your use as you see fit. And that's what I have. That's what we've been working on for the past 30 or so days.
Great job. Thanks, Chandler. It's great. You and your team.
Really good job. I mean, this process is not pain-free, and I know that you guys are working very, very hard to sort it out. And again, to my colleagues on the court, same message. It's not pain-free, and I think that sorting through this to make sure that there's uninterrupted service and that we provide the exact same level of service and even improved is very important. So, I mean, I know myself and Commissioner Kraus, who had quite a bit of border swap and roads move around. We've been in very close communication to talk about how to make sure that we maintain and improve service throughout those communities. So we're committed to continue to do that.
That's right.
All right, any comments from the court members?
Yes. So I called this briefing, and I think it should be added to each agenda so we can get updates. To better understand the operational impact as we go along. I mean, today is not the beginning and the end of the changes, or hearing about the changes that will occur. Just right off the bat with communications. So there was a rush to go through this redistricting process, 6-8 weeks. It does not appear there was any transition plan ever created. It was just about changing boundaries to get the votes. And so that left our county staff hustling and scrambling and trying to figure things out. On Wednesday after that vote, I said, okay, what are my new cities? What are my new school districts? What county facilities are here? And they didn't know, but they quickly did the overlays and all that stuff to get it figured out. So we left no plan for transitioning administrative operations. Very irresponsible in going through this process. One thing we must do is make sure all the county employees are notified that redistricting the new map is effective right now, as well as our constituents, as well as the community. We have not notified them. So our communications department has a really big job to undertake to notify the 2.2 million residents that the boundaries have been redrawn, and you may have a new commissioner, and you may not be able to vote if you're in the Grand Prairie area for 6 total years for a new commissioner. We've got to communicate that. Our communications department, job one. I'm not sure why we didn't send out and the public won't know this, but a ZZZ email to say that to the county employees that redistricting is in effect. This is how it might affect your department. So, that's first of all. I appreciate the PowerPoint. but I want to see this on the agenda permanently until it all smooths out. We need an elections update, all of that. People need to know if their voting precincts have changed. People need to know this occurred. So you do have a big job. And with regard to road and bridge, the Precinct 1 Maintenance Center is now in Precinct 2. So Precinct 2 has 2 maintenance centers, and most all of the road miles, the lane miles that were in Precinct 1. I'm not sure how many you have left.
4.5.
4.5.
Unincorporated.
Unincorporated. We're talking unincorporated. So, there's discussion about it needs to continue. We've discussed this briefly, but capital funds transfer, or I've got to add more money to my budget, personnel transfer, equipment. What's the plan? And this court did not consider that. I'm not even yelling at the county staff. This sounds like it was dropped in your laps. So it's just irresponsible leadership, but we'll get through it. And I think first things first, notify our constituents, whatever our communications department has to do. We budget for television ads, public service, and what we have to let people know. So let's just keep this on the agenda until it smooths out.
Anybody else have anything? All right, we have, I believe, 5 speakers. Bishop Kirkland, following Bishop Kirkland, Valencia Lane Edner.
This issue is made by Grapes Turner Raisins. My joy bills have lost the resonance. And if I were a weak man, I'd give up my will to fight this issue. But because I am who I am, I'd rather die on my feet than to live on my knees. If you guys go on down to the east side, our roads, our delays to get anything accomplished, what really y'all supposed to be doing the most of anyway, y'all doing the least stuff as commissioners, really. Because y'all being bogged down in too many other areas that it's not really your real truest assignment. So when we get to your real truest assignment, we suffer bad on the east side. Now I'm leery that things are gonna take even longer for us. I went out up your way in Philly. That's one of the things they say. I lived there for a minute. Well, I went up your way and I thought, man, I wish the 6 looked like this. I wish I could drive in my vehicle with those low profile tires like this and not have to zig and zag. So I'm worried about this redistricting as it relates to that. And I know you can't talk to me, Commissioner Simmons, but did you just say that people in Grand Prairie can't vote for 6 years? Don't did that to people? Don't nobody have a problem with that either? That could be justified. I thought you were really listening to us to a minute, Commissioner Ramirez, and then when I saw the vote, my breath was taken away. Because it's like no matter what, 100% of the people present, your constituents say, you guys still do what you want to do.
Yep.
So while we're here, are we pissing in the wind and it blow back on our leg? I guess I could have got a better analogy. I apologize. I'm worried about what this does to my village. And I thought about standing up saying, you know what, I've talked enough today. I don't want to say anything else, especially as it relates to redistricting. But you people wonder why I represent the people I represent that are always so angry with you. Come to the east side, find out. Come check us out. Come walk in our shoes. See what it's like. You wouldn't last a minute on those roads that you're fine out of. Come check us out.
Following Dr. Edner, we have Nan Terry.
Yep, you won. But what did you win, really? What's happened in Tarrant County is not just political redistricting. It's a deliberate act of erasure. And we will keep saying it. This travesty disproportionately devastates Black and brown communities, stripping services and power from the very people who have it the least, to give even more to those who already have the most. Let's be real. Conservative in this context is a euphemism for racism. And yet we know you do not care how we feel. Or how these employees who you honor on one hand and then flip their worlds upside down on another. Your care is busted. Now you can try to redress it. You can. You can try to redress it up in legal or political language, but the intent is clear and the impact is undeniable. This is all lipstick on a pig. To those who claim faith while participating in this injustice, I ask you, how can you soothe your soul while calculatingly perpetuating the abuse and oppression of the poor, the marginalized, the cross-section of God's children who cry out for justice? You are right. It is not pain-free. It's painful. Today you honored the dead quite eloquently while you keep spitting in the face of the living. Make that make sense. This political narcissism slaps the Jesus you say you believe in right in the face. This inhumanity is not just cruel, it's diabolical. It's evident that you cannot be embarrassed personally, and I don't have enough time or crayons to explain it to you. So let me assure you, we will not be silent. We will speak, protest, organize, litigate through every means available to make it undeniably clear your actions show you care more about affirming the affluent than defending the disenfranchised. You still have an opportunity to do what's right. You could pause this, turn it around, rescind your decisions, but your political agenda and your personal ambitions far outweigh your moral compass.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Terry, we have Tanner Trask.
I can't begin to say what the operational impacts of this redistricting are. However, I was struck when the conversations prior to this decision to redistrict, when several speakers spoke, mentioning having staff and facilities in separate precincts with separate lines of command and separate maintenance issues and all that needed to be addressed. And it doesn't appear that it has been addressed. And personally, I'm not impacted. However, my dad is. He now is in Commissioner Simmons' district. He lives in an assisted living, or he lives in a senior living center down in the southwest part of town. But I'm torn because part of me is like, I wonder if the three individuals who voted for this, if they would be so quiet on all the things that have to happen if a Republican does win precinct 10. Let's say if Tony Tinderholt wins and runs and then wins, will the staff in the buildings remain the same as you planned for them today? Or he shows up, oh, we're going to move those and make sure everything's the same. I'm kind of struck that the situation's the same regardless who's in office. And I wish that you make sure that if the staff and the maintenance are under now a different precinct, that that's addressed by this court. Thank you.
Following Mr. Trask, we have Dr. Harrell.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Last month, many of your constituents told you exactly that this would happen, that we would have these lawsuits, that we would have all of this work to be done, that the staff is doing their absolute best to carry out. And there's a silver lining, I think, here to not having a transition plan in place before the vote. And that's that it's not too late to throw out these maps. It's not too late to go back, get the old maps in place, follow the regular redistricting process. And I guess the other option is to keep moving forward and spend time on defending these lawsuits and these late night meetings and doing all the work these good folks are going to have to do to make these new maps a reality, instead of spending your time on doing good works for the people of Tarrant County, instead of spending time with your families and friends, maybe even going fishing or bowling. So when you're out here on these really late nights working with whatever legal organization you're allowed to work with when that eventually comes up, I guess the one thing I want you to remember is that you have one blessed, holy, and wild life to live, and you'll have to ask yourself, is this really how I want to live it? Thank you.
All right, Dr. Harrell.
Commissioners, you passed this redistricting plan in such a rush to gain power that there was no thought given to actually implementing it. My understanding from employees of the county is that it came as a shock that it was to be implemented immediately upon your vote on June 3rd, with no time provided for any planning. I appreciate Chandler's briefing today and the hard work that they have been doing since June 3rd to try to figure out what needs to be done and get started on it. But I want to speak to some perceptions that result from this lack of planning and consideration, and because PILF provided no information in their gleeful efforts to disenfranchise Black voters. For instance, Precinct 1, with the Black voters, has lost the garage and the employees to maintain county roads and its boundaries. Have you given any thought to that, or how the budget and employees for those services moves to Precinct 2? Or did you deliberately want to reduce services in the Black precinct and give Commissioner Simmons a disproportionate workload in Precinct 2? The perception, because no citizen of Tarrant County was provided with information from PILF, is that some of the special places and the economic engines of downtown and TCU were taken away from the Black precinct, Precinct 1, and the economic engine of Cowboy Stadium and Rangers Ballpark was taken away from Precinct 2 and given to the whitest precinct in the county, Precinct 3? Or did you deliberately want to leave the Black precinct with the fewest resources and least services? It looks like it. And if you reject, as I know you want to, the assumption of racist intent, you have a lot of work ahead of you, you three, to start trying to demonstrate that. I'm asking for a public report detailing what Chandler has given us and the progress on all of those items, a timeline for accomplishing them, and the cost for each. I would like it to be on the Tarrant County website, and as Commissioner Simmons has asked, that it be a part of an agenda so that it is regularly provided and that you demonstrate the respect of the Tarrant County citizens to provide that. Because I want to know that somehow you are going to try to prevent Tarrant County from being a model of discrimination
Thank you.
So that's all the speakers we have on this item. Next, we will move to another briefing, historical marker 24-324 briefing.
Good afternoon. So unfortunately, the person that was going to speak on this today is not available to speak. The one thing to note about this marker is that it was received by the Tarrant County Historical Commission in February of 2024 and was initiated by City of Fort Worth staff.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else have something?
I do. Who was supposed to brief this? Jamie?
The most appropriate person would have been the Tarrant County Historical Commission chair.
Okay. What about Jamie?
Jamie is with Archives, so
Okay.
she is just the liaison staff. She doesn't.
I know. So she's the liaison to the Tarrant County Historical Commission, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But she's not knowledgeable about any of this?
Well, she is not the one who's reviewing the applications. That's the Historical Commission reviewing the applications.
But she's our county staff liaison to the Historical Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So she should know about this whole, what happened, this whole process. And she should know about what their work is, what they're doing. That's why we have a liaison.
I would agree with that.
Why is everybody looking at Judge O'Hare when they come up here? I swear to God, I'm asking the questions. It's not just you. It's Clint. It's Helen. Look at me and try to answer my questions, please. So I want to take a moment to speak clearly and firmly. You can have a seat. In defense of the Tarrant County Historical Commission, and to express my outrage at the actions taken by our county judge regarding the Rainbow Lounge historical marker. So Judge O'Hare sent a letter to the Texas Historical Commission requesting that the approval of the Fort Worth LGBTQ plus community marker be rescinded. And in that letter, he made demonstrably false claims about the members of the Historical Commission and their actions. He falsely alleged that a single committee member of our Tarrant County Historical Commission acted unilaterally without input from the full commission to move the application forward. That's simply not true. That's not what happened. Let me be clear. The Tarrant County Historical Commission followed the correct process in full compliance with the Texas Historical Commission's guidance. The marker chair on the Tarrant Historical Commission was duly appointed and served in her designated role as liaison throughout the process. The application was reviewed, discussed, and documented in commission minutes and was distributed to the full commission. There is not an error of process here. What we have is an abuse of power. The real issue here is not about historical procedures. It's about erasing history, specifically the history of the LGBTQ plus community in Tarrant County. Judge O'Hare's actions are, in my estimation, political grandstanding. They are discriminatory, and they are an obstruction of a legitimate state-sanctioned process. The State Historical Commission approved this marker after reviewing our submission. The applicant, the City of Fort Worth, followed up by submitting payment. They then drafted the marker language reviewed by both the applicant and the Tarrant County Historical Commission. That is exactly how this process is designed to work. And let's not forget, the Tarrant County Historical Commission has received the Texas Historical Commission's Distinguished Service Award every year since at least 2016 until now. And because of this, the only reason they were denied this year is because of this false narrative pushed forward by the judge. That is unfortunate. We talk about Tarrant County as a family. We appoint people to these boards that we vet and trust. And then one of us goes and does something like this. So, Judge, I ask you, why do you like gay people so much? Why the focus? I mean, you don't get to rewrite history because you don't like it or what it includes. You don't get to dictate which communities are allowed to be seen, heard, and remembered. This court and these court members should not be in the business of gatekeeping history, especially when it's rooted in discrimination and political interference. I stand with those volunteers on the Tarrant County Historical Commission, and I stand with the LGBTQ plus community whose history, pain, and progress deserve to be acknowledged and preserved just like any other. This was just overreach and political. It was too much. And I'm sure it's painful to the people on that historical commission. Those folks are volunteers. And they did what they were supposed to do. If the city of Fort Worth screwed up, that's on them. But the members of the Tarrant County Historical Commission did what they were supposed to do. And so the record needs to be set straight, because it's out there in the media that the Tarrant County Historical Commission didn't do the right things. They didn't follow the right process. Not true. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything?
Well, I mean, so Commissioner Simmons, I mean, Judge O'Hare can write any letter, all the letters that he wants to the Texas State Historical Commission, but it's not his decision whether they rescind or approve an application. So why do you think the Texas Historical Commission, after receiving the letter, rescinded the application? If everything had been done exactly the way you said it, in perfect order, where everything was done right, why would the Texas State Historical Commission then have rescinded that application?
Political pressure.
So that's the only reason you think? They just caved into political pressure? They didn't go back and review and see, oh, maybe some steps were missed and they hadn't done it the right way?
Nope. They do this every day. So they cave to political pressure.
They do what every day?
They approve markers every day. This is what they do at the Texas Historical Commission.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so pressure from Tarrant County and whoever from Fort Worth was coerced to also call the Texas Historical Commission. It's politics. It's politics, man. It's straight, pure and simple.
And
discrimination.
And if it had turned out that something had been missed in the process, you would be joining and saying the right way.
I'm told there was nothing missed in the process.
But if something had turned up to be wrong, you would then be in favor of rescinding that since it wasn't approved under the right circumstances?
I'm told there was nothing missed in the process. So, but
if
yes,
there was,
anything that's, if there are missteps at our level or at the state, no, I would not support wrongdoing or missteps or moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? So if my board members called me and said this never came through the committee, either they lied to me or they told me the truth. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they told me the truth. The city of Fort Worth has publicly acknowledged that it didn't follow the proper process there. In addition, it shouldn't come as much of a surprise that I don't think glorifying drag show performances is an appropriate thing. I don't. I won't now. I won't tomorrow. I won't next week. I won't next month. If this goes through the historical committee and they vote to approve it and it follows the proper process and it goes through the same thing with Fort Worth, then it would pass and it would move forward. So I believe every piece of information I put in the letter is self-explanatory and accurate, and I stand by it 100%. And not a single person has shown me anything to suggest what I wrote is remotely inaccurate.
I've seen it, so.
So, anything else from the court? All right, so we have, I believe, 5 speakers on this item. Bishop Kirkland, and then Reed Bills.
Mr. Krause, it annoys me how you make statements in the form of questions. Sir, if you're going to make a statement, just make a statement and don't put it in the form of question.
Right.
That annoys me beyond knowing. I just want to say, I have 8 sons and 7 daughters. Yeah, I did a little more than being a Marine and preaching. Of those 8 sons, 3 of my sons are gay. And their father loves the ground they walk on. Of my 7 daughters, one of my daughters is gay. And is probably one of my best friends since all the rest of them are dead. My son told me he was getting married. I said, son, I'm gonna come to the wedding, but when you go take pictures, your dad ain't gonna be in no pictures. Just because people do what they want to do with pictures, and they'll say I'm making a political statement. So when we get to the part of the groom kiss the groom, that's when your daddy leaves. We're talking about people. We're talking about people that happen to love people that they love. And all the talk the Republicans do about family values, some of these people that we reduce to nothing because they love who they love are better or more sound, moral, loving, giving, productive members of our community. It is another move by the Republican regime. I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but it's another move with these Western Christianity values that determines however they think everybody's supposed to live. It repulses me. On behalf of my 4 gay children, I am offended and I'm appalled at the actions of this move. My babies are my babies, and I love the gay ones like I love the straight ones, because the gay ones somehow seem to take better care of their father, and I don't know why. I'm ashamed for them. I'm ashamed, Tarrant County, for such a move. I don't know much about the Rainbow Lounge, except one thing that matters. They are people.
Thank you.
Ms. Bills. Following Ms. Bills, we have Jane Collins.
The city of Fort Worth recently honored our LGBTQ community with a proclamation declaring June as Pride Month. Judge O'Hare recognized Pride Month by rescinding a Fort Worth application for an historical marker recognizing the LGBTQ history in Tarrant County. The fact, if indeed it is a fact, that the application for the marker may have skipped some bureaucratic requirement could not possibly have mattered to the judge. This homophobic and transphobic action erases a story of Fort Worth that the city wanted to honor. Apparently, Judge O'Hare is not only trying to eliminate all the Democrats and persons of color from the county, but would like to do the same to our LGBTQ residents as well.
Following Ms. Collins, we have Todd Camp.
My name is Jane Collins. I'm from Arlington, and I appreciate Ms. Simmons giving some facts on this. I read the article in the Fort Worth Report, and the reason I wanted to speak on this is an issue to me of either inclusion or exclusion, and it's the same issue that came up on racial gerrymandering. Are we including or are we excluding our voters and the members of our communities? So I read the article and I saw the question got brought up, whether the correct procedure was followed. But then what I noticed is when they talked to Ruth Ray, here's Chief of Staff, she gave the real reason why he wrote the letter, so, and he just said it himself, he doesn't believe in drag performances, and, and his chief of staff didn't think children should see that plaque when they're walking around. Well, I'm a retired teacher. I've had children with two mothers. I've had children that I thought probably were LGBTQ, but it was too young to be sure. And I've had a trans person in my class. So what I noticed is children can love and accept people in their community unless they're poisoned into bullying people. And I think it's really important as a teacher or as a political representative to include and not exclude people. And that's why I wanted to speak on this. I think it's a very similar issue to what we saw with the racial gerrymandering. So I just wanted to connect those two issues because I think they're very much the same. Thank you.
Is Mr. Camp present? Following Mr. Camp, we have Tanner Trask. This one.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Todd Camp, and I am the Executive Director of Yesterqueer, the Tarrant County LGBTQ History Project, and I'm a resident of near Southside in District 9. I'm here representing a broader community of residents, scholars, and neighbors who believe in the value of preserving local history. All of it. There's been some confusion about the content and the purpose of the LGBTQ state historical marker that was recently denied, and I think I'm in the unique position to address it as I helped write it. To clarify, the proposed marker was not intended to memorialize the 2009 Rainbow Lounge raid, which falls outside the Texas Historical Commission's 50-year eligibility guideline, nor does it glorify drag shows. Instead, the marker focuses on the deeper, decades-long history of Fort Worth's LGBTQ community and the significance of the South Jennings neighborhood, a space that has long served as a hub for community, activism, and cultural expression. Markers like these are not about rewriting the past, they're about recognizing it. And right now, that recognition is deeply unbalanced. According to the Texas Historical Commission's own database, currently in Fort Worth, there are 7 state markers classified under Black history, 1 marker under Asian American history, and 1 marker dedicated specifically to women's history. At this time, there are 0 state historical markers for LGBTQ history in Fort Worth, and only 1 statewide in Dallas. This is not because that history doesn't exist, it's because it's been routinely overlooked. Markers do more than commemorate, they educate. They invite visitors and residents alike to engage with the layered, complex stories that shape a place. When one community's story is absent, the historical record is incomplete. The omission becomes a statement in itself. Once again, Fort Worth has the opportunity to lead, as it has in the past, to show that our city values the contributions of all its citizens, including those who've historically lived in the margins. Denying this marker sends the message that some histories are less worthy of preservation than others. But placing it, and placing it accurately, says something far greater, that Fort Worth sees the full picture and believes in telling the full story. Thank you for your time and for considering what this means not just for the LGBTQ plus community, but for the integrity and inclusiveness of our shared local history.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Trask.
So according to KERE's local reporting on this issue, which for the most part seems to agree with Commissioner Simmons' testimony, the normal procedures for a historical marker were followed, and there doesn't appear to be any legal mechanism for the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to get involved in this at all. I mentioned earlier I used to teach history here in Tarrant County, and I taught each year that our federal system here is predicated on a system of checks and balances. That different organizations within our government have different responsibilities and different powers and privileges. In short, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court does their job, and the Tarrant County Historical Commission does theirs. And as a former history teacher and as a leader of faith community here in Tarrant County, I feel called to say that folks who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and more have been in Tarrant County, are currently in Tarrant County, and always will be in Tarrant County. And I'd like you to please rescind your statement to try and cancel this one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, does anyone in the court need to take a break?
Now, I want to point out a couple of things. I have a question, and you don't have to answer it. Did you have access to what the verbiage was on the marker at all? Have they gotten that far?
I know what the verbiage is. I can't tell you if
Okay.
at the point I wrote the letter, if I do. I don't remember.
Okay. So I was wondering about the drag show thing. And just for your information, I've got the minutes. So that's how I know that what you said in your letter is inaccurate, because the approval and the whole process of them was captured, documented in the commission's minutes, the Tarrant County Commission minutes. So even though you heard something different from your appointees, it's documented in the minutes. So that's it.
All right, anything else? All right, next up is a briefing item on Tarrant County Emergency Services District Number 1.
Good afternoon. My name's Stephen Watson. I'm working as the contract interim director for Tarrant County ESD 1, and we were reached out to by Commissioner Simmons' office to come provide a briefing on the study outcomes, stakeholder feedback, and the status of the permanent director process. So I'm here to share that with you briefly and answer any questions that you have. About this time last year, the county had put together an RFP. The county and the district had put together an RFP for full-blown organizational study of the emergency district. And I came on board, I believe it was in June of last year, and we worked with the county administrator's office at the time to work through the RFP and select the firm to do the study. Fitch & Associates was the firm that was selected to conduct the study. We were hoping that would be about a 6 to 7 month time frame. It wound up taking significantly longer due to some challenges with acquiring all of the data and response data and getting accurate data. So the study was finally published in May, and we're working to move forward from there. Just some quick findings of the study. We have more of a geography issue than a workload issue. There is service demand, but that service demand is spread out over 150 plus square miles. So our system resiliency is okay from a workload standpoint, but we're just not in all of the places that we need to be. Service gaps are identified. On page 1 of the study, which is on the district's website, if you care to look at it, it recommends that 3 new fire stations be constructed, that being in the southwest portion of the county, in the area known as Whiskey Flats, 377, 1187, the northern Eagle Mountain area, and then a third west on 1886, around the Lakeside community, if you will. Another thing I would like to mention, because I think it bears mentioning, is this wasn't an evaluation of facilities, this was an evaluation of service location. So in part of our stakeholder feedback after the study that we've been going around and collecting, and we're still working on that, we haven't made it to all 14 fire departments yet. Rendon Fire Department is responsible for 26% of the total call volume of the entire service area of the district. And they do tremendous work there. And they're, in my interpretation, they're in need of a facility as well as part of this overall capital project. So I think that's going to get included in the stakeholder feedback. Part of the study process was also stakeholder input. So Fitch & Associates met with all of the service providers that contract with the district, which is, I believe it's 9 or 10 municipalities, and then there's, I believe, 4 nonprofit 501c4 fire departments. A couple of other recommendations in the study was performance-based contracts, just to basically adopt a system of measures and ensure that taxpayer funds are being spent on those contracts. That there's performance metrics that are tracked on a regular basis as part of that. And then, of course, additional equipment and staffing will be needed to outfit and provide for services where those new facilities are put in place. Moving on, and any questions on the study? That's a very, very brief overview.
So did you, it seems like the stakeholder interviews or conversations were done. Have they been done?
They're in process.
Right. So you did the study first. You've made some decisions about what's getting built, but you didn't get stakeholder feedback prior to.
So the board has not made any hard decisions on what's being built. The only action that's been taken following the study was to authorize me, until there's other staff on board, to start identifying subject properties in line with the study recommendations, just because that capital project is going to be a lengthy project. First, we got to find land, then make sure that those properties are feasible to provide the services recommended. So all we tried to do is start moving the ball forward on those study recommendations. No money has been spent on that. No land has been acquired yet. We're identifying subject properties is really the first step.
Okay, so perhaps when you identify some properties, you'll get feedback from stakeholders. So you are taking steps without stakeholder feedback.
Well, respectfully, I would say that those are running in parallel. Again, the district has not acquired any property or spent a penny on any new capital projects yet. While doing the work to identify available properties in line with where the study recommends, it's taking us, I would say, 30 to 45 days to get around and visit with the 14 primary service contract fire departments and gather their feedback on the study itself. And I don't foresee that any properties would be acquired or even entered into contract on before that process is done. I think it's notable that there's been significant citizen input from both the Eagle Mountain community and the Whiskey Flats area, imploring the district to take swift action on bringing services out there to those service gaps. So I think that the board feels compelled to try to move that ball forward while we're collecting feedback from the stakeholders on the study. What we knew was a point of contention with most of the stakeholders was funding equity, especially to the municipalities. And that was something that we asked Fitch to directly address in the study, which if you care to read, it's on the website on page 36. They presented, there's 4 or 5 funding alternatives based on utilization or a base fee plus utilization to the municipalities for fire funding. We've always had, as I understand, it's been a long-standing utilization funding schedule on the EMS side. So one of the things that we're collecting in that stakeholder feedback is which of these formularies in the study do you feel would properly remunerate the municipality for the funding and equities that they've shared. that they have. And I understand you may have received some communication from some of your constituents that they feel like moving forward on trying to identify possible properties for station locations should not happen until all of them have been communicated with. But there's no, again, nothing's being acquired or any action taken until that stakeholder feedback is completed. We're just trying to hit the ground running and go to work on all of the study recommendations as swiftly as possible.
Okay, were you able to get input from, so you're working on getting input from all the ESD fire chiefs?
Yes, ma'am.
Have any confirmed that the relative data in the Fitch study is accurate? Do they have problems with some of the data? What's the feedback thus far?
So we've received some communication that some of what we call shoot times, it's time from when the call is dispatched until the resources are out, that some of those times they feel like were longer than what their records show. One of the challenges in what took so long with the study is that the different fire departments that the district contracts with to deliver its services, they're dispatched by two primary entities, but then there's also two other entities. So City of Fort Worth dispatches several of the fire departments, and then the Tarrant County Regional Communications Center in Everman dispatches some of them, and then still Benbrook and Crowley at times use their own municipal dispatch centers. And so as you can imagine, amassing all of that data, and sometimes that data was conflictive to produce a measurable result in the study was very challenging. I think some of that is that resource is in fact moving, but the time it takes they're transferring from, say, Benbrook, because they communicated that they had concerns. Talking to their dispatch, to moving and talking to TCRC, there's just a physical delay there. So one of the things that really needs to be done is as much as possible to centralize the communication side of the district.
Sure. Okay. I have a whole bunch of questions, but as you'll see, I made an appointment today. I think is he here? No, he left. Okay. I was going to introduce you to my appointee to the ESD, and so I'll be able to follow up more closely. I do have one more question. I went to a meeting, and I heard that three fire stations would be constructed at some point. Have you prioritized those?
So the district has not taken any action to prioritize those. In the study, they were prioritized in the order of the Whiskey Flats area, then Eagle Mountain, then west on 1886. I refer to Lakeside as the area around the Lakeside community. The unincorporated areas out there is what they're referring to. That would be, I guess, west of Lake Worth and south of Hazelton, northwest of White Settlement. The district is currently debt-free and is very close to having the financial wherewithal to be able to build those facilities debt-free. We've been allocating capital funds. Most of the unrestricted funds have been allocated to a capital facilities fund based on the study recommendation. But the district has not said we are going to build these fire stations in this order or in this order of priority yet.
Okay. That's what I'm interested in, because I'd heard that the Eagle Mountain one would be built first, and I understand that there's massive growth in that Whiskey Flats area, so Southwest probably needs attention first. So that's how the study kind of has it ranked, but the ESD Commission has not made the decision yet.
No, part of that's pending stakeholder feedback.
Okay.
I think maybe it caused some contention with some of the stakeholders, but the action to explore available properties is really a very preliminary action to try not to have any delay because the service gaps there are critical and citizens there are showing up to meetings and giving feedback. So we wanted to give credence to that and start at least seeing what is out there while we're wrapping up the stakeholder feedback on the study so that hopefully we can bring actionable items to the board promptly.
With regard to that Eagle Mountain location, how is it explained in the study how it was determined that we need an additional fire station out there? Because there's one that exists, correct?
There's one that exists. The challenge is that it's too far south for the area, the primary area that it really covers. And all of the recommendations in the study are supported by data. There's 4 modules that support the summary report that's published on the district's website. And so response data for 3 years was taken and cataloged and GIS analysis ran on it. And also an analysis on the Insurance Services Office public protection class ratings. And so one of the pain points both in the Eagle Mountain community, west going towards Lakeside, and then down in Laurelville Ranch, Mid Acres, Mustang Creek, all of that area down there in the Whiskey Flats area is that there are over 5 road miles from a fire station, which makes them a public protection class rating of 10, which some insurance companies aren't even writing policies on class 10, others are non-renewing. Many homeowners have experienced 200 to 300% increases in their insurance premiums. So it's twofold, both the response data, actually it's threefold, the historical response data, the forecasted growth, which was a component of the study, and then the 5 road mile range where those hotspots are, is what is the background data of what drove those recommendations.
Okay. Does it make sense to build a new, since you said that one's too far south, does it make sense to build another fire station? Because those two would be within, 5 miles of each other?
Yeah, the way the study presents it is it's really a relocate versus an additional. Constructing a fire station further north on the, I guess that's the Morris Dado corridor. In the response model, they call it a regional utility model, where they forecast, okay, if you add stations here, here, and here, and you have these other stations that you use, this would be your standard of cover. They took that into account without that being an additional fire station, but instead the Eagle Mountain Fire Station moving north.
Okay, so you're thinking there would be one,
correct,
not 2.
That's correct.
Okay.
In the Eagle Mountain.
All right. And is it moved closer to the resort so that they can experience better insurance rates?
It would be closer to the resort and a lot of other areas up there, yes.
Okay.
And that's where a lot of the dense development, as I understand it, is being planned to go in as well. That I believe will be based on working with the county administrator staff. At least some of those developments will be in unincorporated area of the county for some time to come until bonds are paid off and the responsibility of the district to provide services.
Okay. I'll leave you alone. I have an appointee, and he his background is, he's retired Fort Worth Fire, so we will have a fire expert on the ESD board, fire EMS professional on the ESD board, and that's kind of why I've been slow. I've been diligent about finding somebody with fire service background, who knows the area, who knows Fort Worth, Tarrant County. And so I have him there, and I'll be tuned in to what's happening out there with the ESD.
That's fantastic news. We've had challenges at times getting a quorum, so having a 5th member on board will be good, and having governance that understands the mission of the district is critical as well. So.
Yeah, and so I've inherited, some of those areas you talk about, Benbrook and Crowley and all that. So I am uber concerned about public safety response times and, they 14 minutes versus 4 minutes. And I used to work in 911 for a whole career. So, yeah, public safety dispatch, public safety communication. So, okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Anybody else have anything?
No, I just want to thank you since you stepped into the role, and I know that you have vast experience out of Parker County too, and you truly have taken that ESD into the 21st century. I think your leadership, the guidance, the new board, forever in Tarrant County, things were kind of handled on a handshake and kind of put your finger in the wind and say which direction's it blowing. But you guys are actually implementing changes based on data. That matters. I think that undergoing in the Fitch study, that was important. That was a good step to identify where you actually need to put your resources. But at the end of the day, I think you have a very competent board. I think that you are building a management team right now that I trust will take that independent agency into the future. And of course, you have to rely on relationships with our great stakeholder partners, City of Fort Worth, all the other partner agencies that we have ILAs with. But the number one goal, and this is how it's been communicated back to me from the board members that I speak to, the number one goal is always reducing those response times and providing fire coverage and medical service to those unincorporated areas. That's why the ESD exists. So I will thank you for your efforts over the last year or so to really help create a competent, professionalized ESD. So the difference is notable.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just echo the thanks. I've obviously only been doing this for 6 months, so Richard is my appointee, and we just had breakfast again last week. And so I've tried to get up to speed on this, but it sounds like, as Commissioner Ramirez has said, you guys have taken great strides in the last 12 to 18 months, and so I want to thank you for that. And I know always at the forefront of your mind is being a good steward of taxpayer dollars as well. And so I want to thank you for that commitment. And I'm excited about what you guys are going to do. You put in a lot of work. I know you don't get paid incredibly well for it, but appreciate the time, effort, and energy y'all are putting into making sure our citizens, all citizens in Tarrant County, have the proper response times when possible. So thank you.
I appreciate that. A couple things I'd like to just commend. The county administrative staff has been great to work with us and kind of pass the torch from how things were ran for a lot of years in Tarrant County, and then the district commissioners. To my knowledge, it's the first time that governing body has gone and actually gotten their state required education to be emergency services commissioners. So they've really worked hard to go and learn what they need to learn in order to represent their constituents and make sure the mission of the district is fulfilled. And financial or being cognizant of fiscal concerns, we adopted the no-new revenue rate last year, and I think the intent, we're structuring the budget process around that this go around. We remain debt-free. Just as another note, we're wrapping up the executive director hiring process.
Yeah.
And the top-ranking candidate did accept the offer that was made by the district. He was planning to be here today, so we can introduce him, but he's had a death in the immediate family last night, as a matter of fact, so he's not here with us. But I'm sure we'll be seeing him soon.
Please pass our condolences.
All right, thank you. Okay, we now go to public comments. And the first person signed up to speak is Bob Willoughby. Following Mr. Willoughby is Chris Wood.
I don't care 5 hours. It's great. Okay, I'll make this quick. I only got 3 minutes every 5 hours and $12 in parking. The Tarrant County DA, Phil Soares, which we have documents at his doorstep now, which led me there for the never mind, we're there at his doorsteps where it's at. This is corruption in Fort Worth. He has the documents. Phil says that we're not going to dispute the documents because they're undisputable. Phil says we're not going to act on the documents. Phil says I'm not going to answer. So I'm at your step now because Phil's not answering. We're at a dead end. Mm-hmm. Now, if nothing's done here, we're at another dead end. That's where we're at, another dead end if nothing happens here. So I think that if nothing happens here, this court is a totally waste of time. Now let's move on to something else here. I do not like it when officials attack me and people attack me from the shadows and run off and they'll never confront me. I call people names, but I always tell them, come out and confront me. I'll call you names, but I want you to confront me, okay? I'm fair. I don't hide. I hate that, and it happens all the time with the mayor and people working. Okay. The POA, well, this book here is a 4th volume. It mentions Fort Worth in chapter 18, the POA. They buy candidates, is what they do. They buy them, they're proud about it, they brag about it. Chapter 18 will tell about how they got Danny Scarf out of office, Kerry Moon in the office, and it mentions you, Ramirez. You were the POA then at that time. You were there. You never returned phone calls, you never would talk. But you did put my name on this leaflet that was mailed out supporting Gina Bibbins. It says not recommended, Bob Willoughby, along with these other candidates, not recommended. This is what the POA does. It criticizes good candidates and it supports crooked candidates. The POA is no better than the KKK. Matter of fact, it's worse because you know why? That name is connected with the police. And the police that name should only be connected with credible organizations. Now, the POA in the 70s used to give grants to kids in high schools, stuff like that. Instead, they started buying candidates, and it's filthy. Every time I see your sign out there saying support Maddie Parker or whoever, you feel Swords is owned by the POA. You're owned by the POA. Mayor Parker's owned by the POA. Half our council's owned by the POA. And that's why nothing's going to get done about Phil Swords either, because he's owned by the POA and they'll protect him. There's evidence right now of corruption. He's not doing anything. He's not answering, and that's his word. We're at a dead end. I wait 5 hours here, and I want to tell you here so it'll be on record. I could call you. And I got to say, a lot of this stuff you do have a phone. Can you talk to any of these people out here first before you get here and discuss it for 5 hours? I think you cut down this time by about 2 or 3 hours if you just use your phone, okay? I appreciate it. Your office never answered. I came to you, your guys never answered in District 1 there. I've asked you in District 2 if you want to come on the show. You hadn't answered either, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, following Chris Wood, we have Bishop Kirkland.
In October 2021, I started being stalked by a career criminal because he was angered by complaints that I made against him. His persecution has been cruel. He went to the police, a career criminal going to the police when he laughs and breaks laws all the time. I find that disgusting. He told them I was the one harassing him and cut out his actions with the evidence that he gave. I was arrested for felony stalking in February 2023. I immediately lost my part-time job due to this open arrest. Since then, any job opportunities quickly evaporate as soon as a background check is run on me. It is hard to find employment with an open arrest because employers do not want to train someone with the risk they can end up in jail. I was assigned a public defender, but due to his required caseload, he was difficult to get a hold of and any conversations were rushed. He recommended I get evaluated for competency for reasons I do not know. Much later, he was let go due to a long list of complaints against him, but the damage of his actions had already been done. I was declared incompetent for saying that my stalker had friends helping him, as if I was delusional. I had a second competency exam a few months later. The evaluator said, "You don't seem incompetent. Why were you declared so?" She reviewed her notes and declared me incompetent again for saying my stalkers had friends helping him, which makes no sense because criminals act together all the time. I found out I was on a trajectory for jail because if deemed incompetent, a person can be put in jail without a trial due to a lack of hospital beds for incompetent defendants. Going to jail without a trial in the United States of America is unconstitutional. Since I found out I was at risk of going to jail, I canvassed my family for money and hired a personal lawyer. Then the wheels of justice started to roll in my favor. Do you mean to tell me that justice is only obtained in Tarrant County for those that can afford private legal counsel? I had 2 more examinations and was told I'm not headed for jail. But my next court date in the competency court was reset from January 2025 to September 2025. It has been 2.5 years since my arrest. I still have not had my trial. I'm being punished and treated like a convicted felon without telling my side of my story and presenting my evidence. This is in direct violation of the 6th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees the right to a speedy trial for anyone accused of a crime. Please, where is the justice within the Tarrant County justice system? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Dr. Edner.
FYI, I just called, three of my sons, none of them do drag. I want to say, heads up to you, Commissioner Simmons. I sponsored the STEP team in Paul Laurence Dunbar, and way back in the day, Albert was on my STEP team. Thank you for hiring a super, I call him a kid. I don't know why he has a gray beard and mine is black, probably just for me. My village do not hate all law enforcement. We love the police. There are people in our village who want to go to jail. Our problem is that we're often policed and not served by law enforcement. Commissioner Simmons, I also want to tell you the F-bomb is perfectly okay to use in public.
I know.
Our president used it referring to Israel and their warring neighbors.
Thank you.
I want to say to you guys, we could spend money on lawyers in Virginia, but and defend murderers that kill a Marine, but we can't build a sub-courthouse. That amazes me. I would like for the commissioners and the judge to show a little more tolerance with our residents. I believe if you can make us a judge $211,895, each commissioner $207,952. That's enough money we pay to sit here and listen to us. One thing resonated with me, Judge. You said there are many avenues people could speak to you, but to come to this podium and speak to you, you don't listen to that. That's not right. Now, you're on TV saying that you take pride in saying that if you're not called a racist, you're not doing your job. However, when Mr. Blackwell called you a racist, you threw him right out the door. We pay Bill Wayburn $218K a year. He don't even show up to talk to us. He don't come to these meetings. And when he does, he sticks his foot in his mouth. So I do understand why he does not come. I already said that. I wish that I could spend my latter years, because I have more years behind me than I do in front of me. I wish that I could spend my latter years with my children and grandchildren, but I come here each week that I have an opportunity to cry. I don't come because I think you're gonna listen. That doesn't matter. I come because there is a righteous judge. And I hope people in this meeting are keeping records, because he's definitely keeping a record. And I hear all these scripture quoting and prayers and Bible reading. Man, we got to stand before a holy God one day.
Yes.
Following Dr. Edner, Carla Palomares.
As you can see, unlike my normal way of talking to you, I usually have something in my hand. I don't right now, because I put on my other hat. And each of you, I'm not quite sure about you, but I gather from your head nodding that you are a person of faith. All of you have said that you are, some of you more than others. And so this is my hat. This is your minute-and-a-half Sunday school lesson. Majority does not constitute morality. Woo. So when you make statements and you do things for the people who you've been called and voted on to serve, just because it's a 3-2 split doesn't make it right.
Right.
There's something you've got to do in the recesses of your heart to recognize that just like Jesus, you know, the one we keep calling on, said to the Sanhedrin Council and the Sadducees and the Pharisees in his wonderful storytelling way that the way that they were dealing with the people is wrong. I come to you today to say that to you myself. Think about what your faith walk looks like when you don't do the one thing Jesus said do, and that's care for the people. Care for those who can't care for themselves. To champion those who are hurting. Matthew 5, Matthew 25, and Luke 4 must be your study guides so that you can treat this job, which is legal, with the kind of love that you say you believe in based on what you say your faith walk is. They have to be able to walk hand in hand. And if they're not walking in tandem, then what it says to me is that you've chosen your ambition over your care for the people who trust you. Don't be the Sanhedrin Council.
Thank you. Ms. Paula Morris here. Cassandra Johnson. Following Ms. Johnson, we have Chris Dobson, although I don't see him either.
Had foot surgery.
Hello to all. I'm back. This has been something today. I came with a whole nother vibe, but for me to sit here and see all the proclamations that you gave out, I received that too. You know, when it comes to being the mother of Traylon Wormley, who died inside of Tarrant County Jail back in 2002 from a fentanyl overdose, you know, I spoke about that traumatic brain injury. Did you hear what the lady said about the brain, how you have to focus in, communicate? Greatness. I know my job was well done. And then when I heard the other, they speak about Alzheimer's. Lord, with my mom, she didn't die of Alzheimer's, but yet, it was July the 1st, 23, Trey passed in 22, gallbladder cancer. Didn't suffer. So when people look at me, it's so much to tell, and the story is, I'm getting started. You know, but when people look at me and say, if you done been through your son lost, died inside of Tarrant County Jail, your mom died, you know, then I done mastered 4 surgeries, and when they look at me and they say I'm still going, it's called divine assignment. It's called completion. Completion. And when my mama passed, you know, with gallbladder cancer, she thought it was gas. So when July the 1st, when I took her out to UT Southwest, and then it was July the 25th when they diagnosed her with gallbladder cancer, and then she passed peacefully on August the 2nd, that was never God saying, I want you, daughter, the youngest of 7, to see the difference of a tragedy death and a peaceful. So God is going to use me. I am that same mother that recall me telling you guys that they kicked in my door with guns tall as me on the day I found someone to accommodate his issues. Where is that video at? Where is that thing that I saw? I want you to help me. Remember, I said I need you guys' help because I'm going to help you. And I'm going to help you by speaking facts, by asking that we get some change around here. I heard a lot today. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to say, I gotta clear my belly out. Judge O'Hara, I want you to let Sheriff Wayboy know that I gotta forgive him. I gotta forgive his son. Because it was 3 years. Give me a minute, Judge O'Hara.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sorry. It's 3 minutes are up.
3 years.
Thank you.
That his son.
I don't see Mr. Dobson here.
And then he died in his father's.
Ma'am, please step away. I don't see Mr. Dobson. Mr. Dobson's not here, right? All right. Nick Terziak. Is Mr. Terziak here? All right, Mr. Blackwell. And then the last speaker is Joe Palmer, but I don't see Mr. Palmer.
I'm assuming that the exterminator was out here last night because I smell a rat. Judge O'Hara, Tarrant County citizens asked you several times, what will this process of redistricting would eventually cost the taxpayers? You did not respond to their request. We know that it began at $35,000. $35,000 that could have been used more effectively to assist those who need assistance with life expenses. And now you want to do away with human resources. Now that this case is in the court system, there seems to be no cap on what this action will cost taxpayers. Taxpayers did not ask or wanted this racially motivated redistricting fiasco to take place at this time. But Judge O'Hara, we know that you will spare no expense to accomplish your end goal. And that is to rid yourself of your most vocal adversary, Commissioner Simmons, and to disenfranchise as many minority voters as you possibly can. Because like you said, you would like to see 5 Republicans up there. Because you'll have 4 yes people who just go along with whatever you say.
Right.
That's not how you govern. That's not leadership. Leadership takes under consideration that you can bring those into your path that disagree with you. Not the ones that agree with you all the time. That's not showing leadership skills. That's showing intimidation and bullying. And that's how you govern. So I want to say this. Judge O'Hara, you have failed Tarrant County citizens, and you should be voted out of office as soon as you come up for re-election. I want to thank you, lady and gentlemen, and I want to apologize to you for putting these men ahead of you, okay? Because sometimes I say gentlemen and lady, but I want to correct that and say ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Joe Palmer, I do not see Joe Palmer. Well, if those are all the folks signed up to speak, do we have any announcements or comments from the court members? Anything from anybody? No? Okay, so we have no closed session. We will adjourn today's meeting in memory and honor of Roz Williams and Ty Tipton. We are now officially adjourned.